sutrikus elektros bei garo tiekimui, sustabdyta Mažeikių naftos perdirbimo gamykla. Tai buvo pirmas kartas įmonės istorijoje, kai ji visa buvo priversta avariniu būdu sustoti. Tačiau benzino lenktynininkams dėl to Liepos mėnesį tikrai nepritrūko. O geros nuotaikos galbūt. Tais metais mirė 2 mūsų scenos grandai – Vytautas Kernagis ir Janina Miščiukaitė. Būtent tais metais gražiausių lietuviškų žodžių buvo paskelbtas ačiū. Gražiausia tų metų Lietuvos mergina beje. Tada buvo išrinkta 17-metė moksleivė iš Kauno Gabrielė Martirosyan, kuri dabar dažnai matoma ir automobilių lenktynėse. Politikoje sužibo nauja žvaigždė – Arūnas Valinskas ir jo vadovaujama Tautos prisikėlimo partija, kuri išties neprastai pasirodė rudenį vykusiuose rinkimuose, o pats Valinskas tapo vienu iš 3 svarbiausių šalyje asmenų – Seimo pirmininku. Kultūros pasaulyje atskrido pirmosios sidabrinės gervės, nuo tada tradiciniais tapo apdovanojimai Lietuvos kino ir televizijos kūrėjams. O štai Palangoje Liepą teko palaužyti galvas lenktynių organizatoriams. Beveik 80 komandų. Organizatoriai turėjo jas išskirstyti į 2 grupės. Prastesnius rezultatus kvalifikacijoje pasiekusios komandos varžėsi 100 ratų distancijoje, o pusšimtis pajėgiausiųjų klasikinėme Palangos lenktynių nuotolyje 1000 km. Tarp nugalėtojų ir vėl buvo Jonas Gelžinis, kuriam kompanija pergalę pasiekusioje komandoje sudarė Vokietijos, Rusijos ir Didžiosios Britanijos atstovai Snoras Spiker Squadron komanda. Pergalę iškovojo Spiker C8 Spider GT2R automobiliu. Snoro vardo ne tik bankų pasaulyje jau seniai nebėra, o itin retas Spiker automobilis Palangoje yra laimėjęs vienintelį sykį.
Prieš krizę dar kažkaip ir ten Snoras turėjo, tiesiog jam priklausė ta komanda Spiker, važiavo užsienyje, važiavo ten tuo metu nepamenu, ar vadinosi GT2 ar GT3 ta klasė ir jie kažkaip norėjo pasirodyti ir Lietuvoje. Tai tiesiog įvykdžiau ten tos jų lūkesčius, buvau nuskridęs į Olandiją ir teko pravažiuoti toj komandai. Tai tuo metu atrodė labai įspūdingai, šiuo metu vėl viskas atrodo kitaip. Dabar mes dalinamės 1-2 vietą su Oktanu, Racing Team. Kol kas viskas klostosi sklandžiai, be jokių atsitiktinių užvažiavimų, kur reiktų kažką tai keisti ratą, ar tai kažkokį kitą dalyką, kuris gali būti pažeistas. Daug įdomių patirčių, aš pasižiūrėjau tuos metus visus, daug skirtingų komandų, daug skirtingų žmonių. Iš visų stengiausi pasimti viską, ką įmanoma geriausio ir visas žinias ir pasitobulinti.
Bet tu važiavai tada su Peteriu Dambreku, tikra legenda.
Peter Dambrek, tai jisai jau buvo tada vyresnis už mane.
Kokius 2,5 karto?
Nežinau, kiek ten buvo, bet jis toks, iš tikrųjų visada motyvuotas, visada spaudžia ir toks labai disciplinuotas žmogus, tai toks iš jo tas savybės, kai pabuvau šalia, irgi bandžiau kiek įmanoma perimti, nes unikalus žmogus, iš tikrųjų gyvenantis iš sporto, jisai daug metų po to ir Nürburgringe važiavo Falken komandai, dabar šiek tiek jau atsitraukęs, bet tikrai įdomi persona.
Well, I was very nervous towards the last few laps, but I was just easy driving, making sure the car didn't do anything silly. And yeah, here we are, the winners. Great!
Į Lietuvos istoriją įrašė daug pirmų kartų. Transliacijas kovo mėnesį pradėjo naujas televizijos kanalas Tango TV, kuris po 6 metų tapo TV6 kanalu. Kanalu, kuris jau daugybę metų yra vienas pagrindinių mūsų lenktynių partnerių. Nors mūsų lenktynėse varžosi daugiausia vyrai, be žavingų damų renginys Palangoje tiesiog neįsivaizduojamas. O štai 2002-aisiais Seimas į atmintinų dienų sąrašą įtraukė kovo 8-ąją, Tarptautinę moterų solidarumo dieną. Būtent tais metais įvairių radio stočių ir kitų grojančių renginių garsiakalbius plėšė žąsų superhitas Palanga močiučių.
Močiučių Palanga!
Na, o mes mylime 1000 kilometrų lenktynės, kurios tais metais pirmą kartą gavo komercinio partnerio pavadinimą. Jos tapo Horn Grand Prix. Dabar jau nelabai kas atsimena, kas tas Hornas, bet šiais laikais turbūt reikėtų sakyti Horn nealkoholinio Grand Prix. Bet pavadinimas nepakeitė tradicijų. Pergalę ir vėl iškovojo Porsche automobiliu važiavusi komanda. Joje 2 Lietuvos automobilių sporto garsenybės – Aurelijus Simaška ir Eugenijus Tumalevičius, kuriems kompaniją palaikė antras sykį Palangoje nugalėjęs Vladas Laurinavičius ir jaunas vaikinukas Nikita Kondrachinas, vėliau ne vieną sykį ant podiumo kopęs automobilių Corsa varžybose.
3 metais jūs ir vėl laimėjot, po metų pertraukos.
Su juodu Porsche. Čia buvo raudonas, tas morkvinis, o tas atmosferinis, 93 toks. Ten paprasčiau kažkaip gal. Taip susiklosti, matyti.
Lengviau buvo
Be
laimėti.
klaidų, matyti. Čia buvo atmosferikas, jo. Ir toks lėtesnė, bet beprobleminis. Mažiau sustojimo, mažiau visko reikia. Mažiau žiūrėti prietaisus, tai užsidega, tai ABS, tai dar kažkas. Tai va taip ir buvo. Bet aišku, kad su metais įskilo konkurencija. Atsirado daugiau dalyvių, daugiau norinčių ir gerų dalyvių. Ir jau pamenu kažkokiais metais, tai jau ir atsirado ir Ferrari, ir iš Rusijos suvažiavo, ir prancūzai, dar kažkas neprisimenu, gerų mašinų.
Vladas Laurinavičius, Eugenijus Tumalevičius ir Aurelijus Simaška. Atsarginiu šioje ekipoje buvo Aurelijus Simaškos šturmanas Nikita Kondrachinas. Jie užima pirmąją vietą, pirmieji įveikia 334 ratus Palangos žiede. Antrąją vietą užima Renault Lautra Motors ekipa. Tai ko gero vienas iš didžiausių šių varžybų netikėtumų. Nedidukas, bet dinamiškas ir galingas Renault Clio automobilis užėmė antrąją vietą, neturėjo jokių techninių problemų.
Labas vakaras, koks jausmas?
Nuostabus.
Sakykit, ar tikėjotės, kad laimėsi?
Be vilties važiuoti negalima.
O kaip jautėtės pirmąją pusės distancijos, kada, sakykime, Audi automobilis visą laiką pirmavo?
Be abejo, įtampa buvo daug didesnė.
Sakykit, koks geriausias laikas buvo?
Mūsų komandos 1:25 turbūt, ar 1:26.
Lyginant su pernai metais, kaip?
Gal trupučiuką laikai silpnesni, nes pernai buvo variklis daug galingesnis, 650 arklių buvo.
Ką apie tas lenktynės pasakytumėt?
Nuostabus dalykas, reikia jų.
Pasidalinkit džiaugsmu su manim ir paslaptim, koks yra tas jausmas laimėti tokias lenktynės.
Arabai tokį turi žodį kaifas.
Kągi, nuoširdžiai sveikiname jūs, iš tikrųjų nuoširdžiai sveikiname jūs ir patys matote, kas čia darosi aplink jūsų automobilį.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another one of the WorldSimSeries special events. This time, well, we're at a street circuit. It's the Aurum 1006 kilometer esports race. It's not 1,006 kilometers here tonight, it's 503. We're doing half the distance, but I'm sure not half the action. Over 400 drivers in the pre-qualifying session. And we've got the top 28 teams running in this Division 1, a total of 3 divisions in this race. And the Super Bowl session has just gotten underway. It's just the top 10 cars out of qualifying. The times do still stand, so it is just about improving. It's less traffic in this session and only the fastest cars, so less chances of any incidents. The circuit in Palanga, it's on the Baltic Sea coast, an elevation of a dazzling 7 meters above sea level. But this track, it is unique because we're running on a highway. And, well, the track loops on itself as well. So a very, very unique piece of tarmac, 2.68 kilometers and 186 laps here tonight. And I'm joined, as always, by Laurinas.
Welcome everyone, welcome to this special event exactly 1 week before the real Palanga Aurum, the race in Palanga called Aurum 1006 kilometer race will take place. This time, the first time in the history, it was made possible by the crew of WorldSimSeries by slightly adjusting the track to the needs of the virtual racing. I'm still not sure how the race gonna pan out because it's a very difficult track to handle on the virtual platform. You have those classic chicanes which are made out of tires, and well, in this simulated environment, it needed to be done quite specially. That means that the tires are basically bricks of wall, and it was very difficult before to race on this racetrack without a lot of crashes. So slight modifications to the chicanes were made, including the addition of curbs, and well, it's not an exact replica now of the real circuit. You can see the curbs here. They are not present on the real track, but they are made for safety, because if any car hits that tire, well, the final result will be similar as hitting a wall. So it's gonna be a very interesting event. I'm really eager to see how that will pan out on this virtual environment. I hope for a very nice race, but I'm pretty sure we will see some major accidents. We are currently on the Super Pole qualifying session, but you can already see all the results of the previous cars. Well, that's virtual environment, and the times were not reset, so the top 10 teams have the chance to go slightly quicker and better their position for this 503 kilometers virtual Aurum 1006 kilometer race.
Yep, lap times in the 1 minute 4s, and I'm sure we'll see a reduction in that pace come race time. And yep, these chicanes, I'm sure they will be a big talking point throughout the race. You could say unstoppable force meets immovable object, but these cars are definitely a stoppable force, and those tires are definitely an immovable object, so the car will immediately stop as soon as it hits that tire.
Yep.
And well, also if it meets one of the barriers around the track as well, those are immovable. And it's a difficult pit entry as well, a very, very tight pit entry. Pit exit, it looks simple, but in the real world, we've seen incidents there. And as you can see, no guardrails around. It will be interesting if everybody can get through that exit cleanly too, but a little bit of traffic for the drivers. They will meet. The GT4s are out on circuit as well. They're not here for the Super Pole, but now we can already say who is on pole position in GT4. It's Klimanskas Racing by Beaver Grease, and they are on pole. The only car in the 1 minute 8s in the GT4s, 1 minute 8.984 over the limit racing in P2, ahead of Latvian Lightning locomotives, with a Swedish driver on board. What's the story behind that? I guess we'll never know, but interesting team name. Then Sim Academy is in P4 in the GT4s, and at the top of the standings it is a GT Open car, which well, by nature should be slower, and it would be slower at any other track except for here. It's well, straight line and then a hairpin. and then another straight line. So these GT Open cars look to be handling it quite well. They are a little bit less wide. That also helps through these fast chicanes. So we'll see what happens come race time. The gap between first and second, just 1/10 of a second separates Dream to Drive and Sean Clark Racing. Grantas Kanatskas versus Jan Nims. And it's a Porsche Cup car versus an AMG GT3. And because of the unique nature of the circuit, these two can fight it out as almost equals. Grantas Kanatskas giving himself a little bit of a gap. It's, well, difficult to go quicker. And this is the Sean Clark Racing car. It takes one of the runoff areas around this place. There's not much runoff per se, but there are these zones which the drivers can take if they miss. In the two hairpins and in the final chicane, there are zones where drivers can go off and rejoin safely, or as safely as possible, around the track like this. As Jan Nims starts another qualifying attempt, these laps, they come thick and fast. A short circuit means a lot of laps covered in a very short amount of time. Transport engineers by Vilnius Tech, they're doing a good job in P3. They were P2 at one point of the qualifying session, but then it was an improvement by Grantas Kanatskas to go to the top of the standings. And Karkel Beck in P4, close as well. Very small difference.
And still the fastest lap time of the pre-qualifying session is not reached. Grantas Kanatskas has done a 1 minute 4 seconds and 1/10 during the pre-qualifying session. Of course, it's a slightly more extracting environment, and the drivers can spend as many time as they want in the pre-qualifying session. During this real qualifying session, it's maybe a little bit harder to achieve such results, but it's possible. So we can say 2/10 of the fastest lap times, as we can witness Matas Mendelis hitting the wall made of bricks, which looks like a tire, and it completely destroys the attempt. 1 minute and 34 seconds remain on the clock for Matas Mendelis to get back on the circuit, so he still has enough of time to start his final flying lap.
And wind out on track. In terms of GT Open, we've got the Porsche Cup cars and the Lamborghini Super Trofeos. At the top of the Super Trofeos, it's a 6 racing team with Gubrez on board, and second place in terms of the Lambos is Vanago Dev Solutions, ex-OBS Simulatori. So the two, and there's another Lambo in the top 10, that is Race Ready, in P9 overall, 7th in the GT Opens. Gubrez was one of the quicker drivers in the pre-qualifying sessions as well. But the gap's super duper tiny. It's going to be all about avoiding incidents throughout this race. I think anybody, if you take the top, I'd say take top 8 now, all of the cars in the 1 minute 4s, I'd say they all got a chance at taking victory here tonight. Big jump over those curbs, and 6 Racing backs out of their attempt. This is Mendelison, very, very sideways coming out of that first chicane. That's not going to be quick.
Oh, and there's a Lamborghini jumping around over the curb and hitting the tire. That's the qualifying session over for, I think it was one of the GT Open cars. Well, it wasn't a GT Open car. We have GT3s here, which are Mercedes, Auris, and Lamborghinis, but it was one of the open class cars, I believe.
Lamborghini flying up into the air. See how many other cars we'll see doing that throughout the race. Mendelis down onto pit road as time has elapsed in this qualifying session. And that doesn't look like the perfect line, and that's it for qualifying. And Dream to Drive take pole position. Gantas Kretskas with a 1 minute 4.328. Just a 10th behind. Jan Nims takes P2 and pole in terms of the GT3 cars. Then it's Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, Karkelbeck in 6th. In 5th, Griku VG in 6th. Then Vanago Dev Solutions X OBS Simulator in 7th. PMO Racing Team in 8th. Race Ready in 9th. And 10th place goes to Sim Studio Kaunas. And that's your top 10 lining up.
And you
Another car to watch, I would say, is the PPF Racing HK by Dream to Drive. And because in 12th place, so didn't make the cut for Super Pole. But I think another car to watch out for in this race. Klemanskas Racing by Beaver Grease takes pole position in GT4. We're about 5 minutes away from the start of the formation lap. 186 laps await the drivers, and 186 times they'll have to negotiate those curbs.
– 2022 tai buvo metai, kai prasidėjo Rusijos sukeltas karas Ukrainoje. Kai jau atrodė, jog pasaulis pradeda atsigauti po COVID-19 pandemijos, vasarį Rusija pradėjo karą Ukrainoje ir nerimo mūsų visų gyvenime atsirado kur kas daugiau. Lietuvos prezidentas Gitanas Nausėda visoje šalyje pirmą kartą įvedė nepaprastąją padėtį, bet gyvenimas nesustojo. Prasidėjus karui, pandemijos laikų ribojimai buvo primiršti, o nuo balandžio Lietuvoje uždarose erdvėse atsisakyta reikalavimo dėvėti apsauginės veido kaukės. Galime pasidžiaugti, jog užpernai fiksuotas mažiausias žuvusiųjų šalies keliuose skaičius. 1 milijonui gyventojų teko 43 žūtys keliuose. Pagal šį rodiklį pagaliau pasiekėm ES vidurkį. Optimizmo gali teikti ir faktas, kad per pastarąjį dešimtmetį žūčių keliuose sumažėjo net 2 kartus. Tų metų matematikos egzamino neišlaikė kas 3 abiturientas. 373 ratus mes vėl galėjom suskaičiuoti Palangoje, kur vyko Aurum 1006 km lenktynės. Pirmą kartą lenktynėse startavo 2 identiški Audi R8 GT3 LMS automobiliai. Pirmą kartą pavyko išvengti saugos automobilio, nes įvesta lenktynių naujovė. Tempai įvairių incidentų metu sulėtindavo Code 60. Tačiau likus pusvalandžių iki finišo dar nebuvo aišku, kas laimės. Į pergalę pretendavo net 4 komandos, o finiše 3 prizininkai tilpo į mažiau negu pusę minutės. Pergalę šventė Audi automobiliu važiavusi Circle K Leicester Racing Team – Julius Adomavičius, Ignas Gelžinis, Marijus Mazuch ir Eimantas Navikauskas. Jie tapo ir naujaisiais rekordininkais. Visas nuotolis buvo nuvažiuotas vos per 8 valandas ir 20 minučių.
Nebuvom dar gerai susipažinę su to automobiliu, buvo kitų greitų automobilių. Net iš tiesų Audi pakankamai turi spausti, kad galėtum važiuoti tikrai greitai su ją, būtent tą trasą, nes tai yra aerodinaminis automobilis, kuris yra pritaikytas greitiems posūkiams. Ten labai daug posūkių nėra, bet yra stabdymai, bet apsisukimai tada jau yra problematiškiau. Buvo daug klaustukų, daug rizikos taktinės ir visokios kitos, bet galų gale mes turbūt arba rizikavom daugiausiai ir pasisekė labiausiai, arba kiti darė daugiau klaidų ir tiesiog pavyko laimėti, bet šiaip buvo greita ekipa visai. Tie metai, kai nupirkom Audi vieną po to kitą ir ten didžioji dalis tos iniciatyvos tai mano buvo, tai atsirado didelės rizikos ir tiesiog jau smegenis kažkiek jungia kažkokius saugiklius ir pats nebenori sėdėtam automobilį, kai tu žinai, tada būsi tik už vieną atsakingas, o kaip ir visam projekte dirbi prie abiejų, tai nori tada būti šiek tiek iš toliau ir matyti tą, nežinau, kaip helikopter view, kai tu matai viską, kaip kas vyksta ir tada bandai padaryti, kad būtų geriausias įmanomas rezultatas. Ir man atrodo, 22 metai, kai pirmą kartą mes tos automobilius atsivežėm ir ten buvo labai permainingai ir paskutinėse ratuose Julius ir Ralfo brolis, Paul Aurum, kuris dabar važiuoja ten visai neblogai Formuliai 2, tai ištraukė pirmą, antrą vietas paskutinėse ratuose. Iš tikrųjų įdomios labai kaip žiūrovom, tai kintančios buvo varžybos. Ir aš tada nesėdėjau automobilyje, ir aš jau buvau 10 kartų laimėjęs ir pirmą kartą laimėjau kaip galbūt kažkoks komandos vadovas, nesėdėdamas automobilyje, kaip 11 kartą ir tikrai gera emocija buvo.
Back to the track we go, and the lights at the top, they don't mean it's the start of the race, it's the start of the formation lap. As we get underway, the safety car at the front of the field will lead everyone away.
I think this is the first time we see the starting procedure behind the safety car.
No, we've seen it before. We've seen it, I think, at Daytona as well.
Okay, so I have a short memory, so I don't recall how that happened. We see a bit of a clumsy getting onto the grid in the background from the back markers, but it looks like at least the top 10s are trying to move as clean as they can.
It's hard to do. It's a slow lap. It's sometimes hard when you've been pushing all the way through practice, you've been pushing all the way through qualifying, and now you have to do a slow lap behind the safety car. It's a gap between the GT, let's call it GT Freeze and GT Opens. The top classes, they start in starting group number 1. Starting group number 2 will be the GT4. So split starts just so we get a little bit less chaos. We'll see how much help that will be, as we've just got a couple of corners to go until we get this inaugural 1006 Cam esports race underway.
One team is in the pit lane and the Dream to Drive car. Wow, they have just opened both of the doors. Never seen this glitch on Assetto Corsa. Yeah, but one...
Maybe it's warm. Maybe it's warm. They needed a little bit of extra air into the car.
Yep,
As the safety car pulls away, and we get ready to get going. It's the 1006 Cam Esports, the inaugural race of this event, and Dream to Drive will take the front at the start. It's a single file start, just so it's a little bit more calm. And we get the green. Yes, yep, everybody's moving. We get the green as we run down into turns 1, 2, and 3, and then 4 for the hairpin. It's a lot of turns in a very short amount of time, side by a lot of cars trying to get into the chicane. Oh, somebody over the sausage curbs. To the inside goes one of the GT Open cars, and now there's a big traffic jam because the Lamborghinis, they struggle to get around that. And a spinner in GT4. Another car off the road, and that was one of the leaders, I think, in the GT4s.
Over the limit, still on track, and they are the leaders, still warming up the tires here, weaving around the leading GT4 car. It was messy. We have a couple of cars standing in the pit lane.
That one is doing the long stop, so they, well, they're saving time here, because really everybody was still going slow. They're already doing one of their long stops. I think you can run with a single stop to the end of this race, and that's what Klimanskas is trying to do at the top of the GT4 field. Well, he was at the top, now he's back down, and he rejoins the circuit. Sean Clark Racing in P2. Or did he rejoin the circuit? No, I don't think he did just yet. So Sean Clark Racing in P2, as Grantas Katskas in the Dream to Drive car, running away at the top of the field. 2 seconds almost the gap at the front, and for the rest of the field it's relatively clean, ignoring that traffic jam at the first hairpin. as best laps. Well, actually, Sean Clark Racing went a little bit quicker. Not sure when, though. Maybe the laps didn't count properly. Maybe that's why. Oh, right, because they were a little bit further back as they started, because the GT4s actually now hold the fastest lap of the race. That will change this time round, and I think traffic, we might approach traffic in a 5 or 6 minutes time, 10 minutes time maybe, as Klimanskas by Beaver Grease, he gets his long stop done and rejoins without losing 2 laps to the class lead. So I think that is a pretty genius strategy, and everybody's gonna approach them now. Oh, a little bit wide. That's Mendel is going wide, and he's gonna go side by side into the hairpin. Well, if you're on the outside through the hairpin, that's not gonna work. And is Mendel is gonna give that position back? No. Duqueville behind, looking at a move, but you're not going to make a move into the chicane. Oh, big jump over the curbs. We'll be seeing that all throughout the race. Those curbs can really throw you off. And in P5, the Porsche Cup car, pushing to maybe gain that position, because they're all losing time now. I think Mendelis maybe has a little bit of damage on his car. The more curbs you touch, the more damage you get. As Dream to Drive, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 6.0, so almost 2 seconds slower than what we saw in qualifying, a little bit wide from race ready, and this is going to be a chance for Vanago Dev Solutions ex-OBS Simnatri gets the position even before the chicane. That's how important that exit is. Get a good exit, and, well, you can get through. The Lamborghinis, they really need a lot of space to get around the hairpin. You can really see that they're getting close to that wall, so difficult to overtake for the Lamborghinis. They gotta make sure somebody in front of them makes a mistake, or at least loses some time in one of the exits. This is PMO Racing Team, P10 overall. The AMG is really dominating in terms of the GT3 field. The GT4 is the only option is the trusty Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the 981 version.
So Sim Academy leading the GT4 class now. We have 9 GT4
so what
cars.
What happened to Over the Limit? Because they were leading the class.
Yep, they were leading the class, and then they had a nice gap. But as we race on this very technical, difficult racetrack, they might have made a mistake somewhere. Though the car looks pretty clean, so I'm not sure.
I think maybe they have to take an escape road somewhere, and that's the better solution here. If you've got to take the escape road, that's much better than running into one of those immovable tire walls. Actually, tire stacks. It's not even a tire wall, it's a tire stack on those apexes. So his car being completely clean, that's good news, because the leader in Sim Academy has got a bit of damage on his car. Dream to Drive, 5.5 seconds at the front of the field. And Jan Nims actually being pressurized from behind by Zhukauskas in the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. Another fastest lap of the race by the Dream to Drive car. Gratskas gets the fastest lap. Oh, I saw a GT4 spun round in in the second chicane, and it's still spun round, but gets back to driving the correct way. And some harm done, but not too much. Track length again, 1.66 miles. It's a super short place. Oh, one of those Lambos got around the hairpin really, really well. I think that's Klimanskas actually being overtaken by the quicker GT cars.
And we have traffic already.
Because this is Klimanskas, I believe. Already made the pit stop. Is it not? I'm not sure.
It might be. We might try and catch up with him. Yep, indeed, you are completely correct. This is Klimanskas, and look, it's
a little bit of damage at the front.
Yep, Not sure where he got that. Now he has to be extra careful. He has a lot of GT Open and GT3 cars behind him, and
side by side down. Well, just about got through. That's not a place you really want to go side by side much. But actually, I didn't expect the GT3s to struggle this much in overtaking the traffic. Because, well, pace difference is huge. It's 5 seconds a lap, but the lap is super short. So, and obviously the GT4 much down on power. This is, well, Gukivice got that position off Mendeles in the Karkelbeck car.
Yep, it's easy to make a mistake, and that's I think that's how you can be overtaken here, because, well, having a very similar pace, it's very difficult to overtake another car in front of you. So most you can do is just put pressure on your rival and try to provoke a mistake from him. By the way,
the unlucky thing though for transport engineers is they're trying to put pressure on Jan Nims.
Yeah, but they are still doing that, you know. It's not often you see someone putting pressure on the fastest driver on the WorldSimSeries platform, and Vilnius Tech Engineering, they are doing a phenomenal job here. They have a slightly smaller car. They have a slightly smaller car.
But they've got probably one of the more difficult jobs out on track, trying to provoke Jan Nims into a mistake. We've seen that happen before, but it's quite a rare occurrence. This is not something that you see every time out on track. So this is PMO Racing up into 9th, because they were 10th just a short while ago.
Sixth racing team, I think. Six, how you call them? Sixth racing team in 10th? I think they lost a couple of places.
And Karkelbeck lost another position. Vanago Dev Solutions got that place and up into P5. So, but a lot of damage on the front of that Porsche now. Making mistakes, Mendeles, and maybe trying to recoup them sometimes, and that just makes you make more mistakes. As I think we're about to approach traffic with the overall race leader.
Yep, they are on the same straight, approaching the second chicane near the fuel station. Now going towards the Kretinga corner, which leads up until that bridge. Wow, those Lamborghinis, they definitely struggle to turn around that hairpin. But they have, I think they have a better straight line speed, and here that's where the Porsches lack a little bit of pace. So Matas Mendeles, he needs to be precise in the chicanes. I think he can brake a little bit later, but that doesn't help him because this track is so tight, and well, you either take risks or just be very, very patient as Matas Mendeles takes a tighter line.
Is now in traffic. You can see it on the track map. Here we go. So this will be very interesting to see. This will be a good show of what's going to happen throughout the race here. So Grantas Kratska is the fastest car by far, 10 seconds ahead of Jan Nims at the front of the field. Here he goes to the inside of the GT4s. I think he's going to get both of them down this straight. Yep, pretty easy, and didn't lose that much time. So lucky for him, caught the traffic in a good place. Fastest lap of the race by almost, well, actually Gukivice 105.4, but for the top three, he's ahead by a lot, huge margin. So he's pushing. Hopefully that doesn't push him into any mistakes. Gukivice though, P4. And faster, much quicker than both of those cars ahead in terms of fastest laps, and quicker last time round. And you can't say traffic because these guys haven't yet caught up to the traffic. That's how big of a gap Dream to Drive has in front. 10 seconds ahead. 9.3 ahead. So these guys will catch up to the traffic come the end of the lap, I'd say, and you can see how careful Jan Nims is round those chicanes. Not putting the car sideways, not jumping over the curbs like Mendeles is doing a few cars back. So really being careful, and I think that's a good strategy. Just be people, not take any unnecessary risks. And I think that AMG could be turned up to 11 if so desired in the final distance of this race, but it's important to not make any unscheduled pit stops. And then as you can see by the language of that car, he's pushing hard, but you can see also from the scrapes at the front of the car that he's over-pushed it a couple times as well.
Yeah, looks like he started this race on the wrong foot, was basically at the top of the field. He still runs 6th, but he's going backwards, not forwards here in this race, and he's already 18 seconds behind the leader at this stage of the race after 13 completed laps. So he loses more than a second in one lap, but well, the biggest loss for him is the mistakes that he makes, and he feels that he can make the turnaround a little bit better, but it's really difficult to overtake that Lamborghini on the exit, even though it's struggling with making that turnaround. And you can see the speed difference down the end of this straight just before the chicane. He was very close to the barriers. The damage for this race has been set to 70%, so they still have a little bit of life in their cars after the contacts with the barriers or with the tires, but they have still they need to be very cautious here if they want to finish off the race. So somehow they need to find the correct rhythm for this event. There was never a virtual event on this racetrack, so nobody has the knowledge.
I think we have a freeway fight for P2. Grikuvej have closed that gap, and in traffic, actually side by side with transport engineers, they were coming out of the hairpin. They're going to get past these this GT4 if he cooperates, and he does. And now we're in a freeway fight for the second step on the overall podium, second step on the GT Open class as well. It's these two battling for GT Open. Car ahead is in leading GT3 and second overall. We don't often have races where overall and class battles happen at the same time. It's going to happen here, and it's going to happen here throughout the whole entire race.
By the way, a very nice feature here of this event is that the winners of all the classes, the top 3 finishers in every class, they will be rewarded during the real race next week in Palanga on the same podium that the real teams will get their rewards after the finish. So one question is left for...
Wide from the Lamborghini. He couldn't get around the hairpin. And that is going to be position lost. Mendelis gets his place back up into P5 overall. Palanga Dev Solutions at OBS Simulator lost that position, just went in a little bit too fast, had to slow down on the exit. And that's position lost for the Lamborghini. He does have a bit more straight line speed, so maybe can find an opportunity to get back in front. But Mendelis has been working that battle for a while, and trying to find a way to get past. Under the bridge they go, and into the final chicane.
Yeah, is that Jan Nims? Was that Jan Nims? It was Jan Nims.
I think it is Jan Nims. He's missed the chicane, and he can barely get through that opening. Jan Nims, makes an uncharacteristic mistake, and it's a top 5 now of GT Open only into P6. Goes the Sean Clark Racing AMG GT3. Lost so much time. Actually lost about 20 seconds, or at least 15. So big loss by the Sean Clark Racing team. And now, transport engineers, they don't have a car in front of them that can give him a little bit of slipstream. This is going to be good for Grikuvej to try and get up into P2. Started in 6th. Well, that is a good run for them, at least so far. we're only 16 laps into this race.
Yep, 2 long mandatory pit stops. Some of the teams are taking care of that right at the start of this race. As Gustas noticed, there might be a very interesting strategic point here to take that long stop earlier on and then try to finish off this race with just 1 long pit stop, which might be possible in a GT4 car. As we see, the Klimanskas Racing by Beaver Grease racing car is already up to 8th.
In GT Open as well. It is possible to do a 1 stop. You do have to make 2 long stops though, so that's why strategy sometimes it's more tire limited than fuel limited. You can make it on fuel. It just depends on how much fuel you can save, as this is your race leader. 17 seconds ahead of everyone, at least last time round. Only 20 minutes into this race, so almost a second a minute they're gaining. And this might be a chance, a little bit held up by traffic on the transport engineers, but nope, no opportunity there of an overtake. And just in the background you can see Karkelbeck and Managodev Solutions right behind.
Yep, so it's a very tight fight for P2 here in the GT Open class, with 3 Porsche Cup cars and 1 Lamborghini in the background, as the drivers need to deal with the traffic. But I'm actually surprised of how pretty clean it is so far.
Into the wall. Goes into the wall.
I would still call it a clean move on this virtual version of the Palanga circuit.
The move was clean, but he just went into the wall through the right finger on the outside, so that is not the way you want to race, and lost time, lost about a second there, so giving up time and catching up to GT Free Traffic. That's the International Racing Team car. They're last in terms of the GT Frees, and the GT Opens already catching up. The front of the field is already... Oh, big jump there. I think that was the PPF car, who's up into P7 overall. So doing well. PPF Racing HK by Dream to Drive. Enrikas Tepikas behind the wheel. He'll be racing the real race next week with his dad in the Dream to Drive car. So getting some practice in, and already up to P7, started 12th. So one of those big gainers.
One of the GT3 cars is into the pit lane after 20 completed laps, as we drive around this circuit with the PPF team car. Hendrikas Klapikas behind the wheel. All the cars have scars, and I'm pretty sure we will not see a lot of cars without scratches on either parts of the car, and it's also going into the pit lane after 20 completed laps.
Yeah, could be a strategy choice. Making an early stop and maybe trying to gain some time afterwards. Maybe just seeing how much traffic there is out on track right now.
Ooh, that was a sketchy overtake.
Well, wide and then contact. None of these cars can really adjust their line once they're in the hairpin. So once you commit to a line, and that's essentially what you're going to get. Oh, up into the barrier, and that's the PMO Racing Team, who've been hanging around 9th and 10th race so far, even after having multiple incidents. So this car kind of surviving just about in the 10th.
Yep, so currently we have 6 GT Open cars and 3 GT3 cars in the top 10 standing field. But a couple of them, well, at least one, the PPF has entered the pit lane for what seems to be a planned stop. Some sort of a strategic move early in the race. The drivers, the teams, they know their calculations. They know how many laps or how many stops they will have to complete during this race.
You know, it's a good strategy sometimes if you're catching up to other cars and you feel that, you know, it's so difficult to overtake. Pit early and get out onto a quote-unquote clean track. You're not going to get a clean track, but at least you'll not be fighting for position. And it's going to be easier to overtake cars because they're not going to fight you as hard. If you're, you know, 2 or 3 laps down, you're just getting back a lap. Nobody's going to fight you hard. Just that in, 50 or 60 laps time, once you make your pit stop, you'll see that that car has jumped ahead of you because they were quicker after making a pit stop. So that could be part of the strategy here that the PPF car is utilizing. Oh, into the wall. Big shot into the wall. That's Mendelis, and he's been flirting with those chicanes, and he's flirted a little bit too much and had an incident. Oh, and that is a rejoin.
Yeah, and just in front of Sean Clark Racing. So with this heavy crash, Mendelis still spent a little bit less time than Sean Clark Racing finding its way around the circuit, and 2 cars try to fit through the chicane. It's really difficult to do that on the circuit.
The GT4 didn't give up. He kept going. He didn't brake. He jumped over the sausage curbs and kept going.
Yeah, this is
at some point you do have to give up.
Yeah, and this is the last car on the grid. Plus, USA Racing Team, they are currently 28th in the field, so still making their shoulders as wide as possible and trying to fight for their position on the racetrack.
You know, the Cayman is not a big car, but he's making it massive, and there's more contact. I mean, you gotta give up at some point. You really do, and I think that point is right now. As he's being swamped, it's now 4 wide. They're making it down the straight and into the braking zone. The IRT car has to jump over, and another Mercedes jump over. And look who's in the middle of that battle. That's the Klepika's PPF car.
Oh, he has been tapped.
And he's been tapped. He's rejoined into the worst possible part of the track.
Yeah, but well, what I'm seeing on the screen right now is something that I have been expecting from this race, and well, it was pretty clean up until this moment. Well, at least what we've have seen on the screens, and it got a little bit heavier here with the racing as the traffic became tighter. And it looks like not every car on the circuit wants to give enough of a free room. We have the GT4 class leader here also, and they are about to lap that, very fighty GT4 car plus USA Racing Team with Kalmaitis behind the wheel. So I wonder how these drivers will fit on that racetrack.
You know, I'm all for traffic standing their ground, but there is a limit, and I think that car has crossed the limit.
Definitely, yep.
At some point, you do have to give up, and you can't just keep going into every corner side by side. And he's caused a lot of issues for everyone around the track. So at some point, just got to give that position up. You're fine to fight the traffic, but you're fine to fight it before the corner. Once you're side by side, just give up the place, because he's actually lost more time than if he would have just lifted.
Yeah, but he's 3 laps behind, actually, behind the GT4 leader.
I think he's actually done a long stop. I've seen him do a long stop, so I'm sure that's part of the reason. Klemanskas, my Beaver Grease in P8, 2 laps down, but remember we saw him make that long stop early, super early. So he's one to watch. We'll see what happens once everybody makes their first long stop, where that filters out. I wouldn't be surprised if he'll be in the lead of the class. And to the inside, you see Klepikas there into the hairpin. Just saw it in the corner of the shot. And this is the overall leader now. Same colored car, but it's Grantas Katskas behind the wheel of the Dream to Drive machine.
And he'll be
Did the
faced
Dream to
with...
Drive cars have different colors on their mirrors?
Yep, they do have different colors on their mirrors. If you want to compare them, we can try and catch up with the cars on the racetracks. On the racetrack, it's a little bit difficult here to find... Yep, there they are. Yep, the PPF have black mirrors.
Oh, and there is a Lamborghini spun round. So black mirrors for the PPF car and yellow mirrors for the Dream to Drive car. Both Dream to Drive cars, but one's the PPF Racing by Dream to Drive. The other one is just the Dream to Drive car. So at least there's some separation between those two, but right now they're easy to separate because one's in 10th and one's in 1st.
Yep, and the reason...
But 10th due to the long pit, not due to just driving around slow. This is a GT3 leader, and if you look at just GT3s, you'd say classic Jan Nims performance, 10 seconds to the good, 26 laps into this race, so nothing to be worried about. But once you look at the overall standings, that is where that Jan Nims car looks a little bit out of place, and considering the guy who's on board. 42 seconds now behind the overall race leader, which is the Dream to Drive team, who've, I think they've slowed down a little bit.
I think they are in that huge traffic. Well, they were in the traffic. Now
but I mean,
passed
everybody's in traffic, but it wasn't... They stopped gaining as much time. It wasn't that crazy time gain that you had before. So gap is 17. Well, it's moving in and out, but I think it's about 17 seconds, 18. And it was almost a second a lap before. So the gap has definitely stopped growing as quickly, but I think that's just also Karatskas realizing that he's got such a big pace advantage that he can turn it down a little bit and drive calm, because his biggest rival, if I can say so, Jan Nims in the Sean Clark racing car has lost time, and a lot of time as well. So he's kind of got that problem off his back, and he got it off his back quite early. So this is good news for Grantas Karatskas, who comes out of the final chicane, gets past some of the GT3 traffic. It's you know, a lot in the driver, that's for sure. This is Karkelbeck, 5th in the GT Opens and 5th overall. It's Mendelis, who's, remember, Sean Clark Racing and Jan Nims were right behind him. And that gap has grown. And has grown massively.
Yeah, but Mendelis put a very fast last lap, 1 minute 5.3. He had a clear track ahead of him, but now he's approaching traffic, and a traffic of GT3 cars, which are very cooperative. And, well, that's what one would like to see while trying to battle with the lapped cars. You don't want to go through these tight chicanes side by side with each other. You definitely want a little bit more of cooperation from the cars that are not your direct rivals, well, at least not in that situation. And, well, this was good news for Matas Mendelis' 2-lapped cars, no big problems, and he was able to catch up again with the Vanagot Dev Solutions OBS simulatory racing team.
In P4, so actually got past Mendelis again.
Yep, Mendelis lost a little bit of time here. I think he made another mistake. He was much closer to the Vanago Dev Solutions car. We can see the comparison of the previous lap. Oh, and the GT4 in the barriers just before the hairpin. Thankfully, there were not a lot of cars behind him, so there was no contacts further, but well, it's really easy to lose control of the car. Good news for the drivers, it's only 70% of the damage enabled here in this event, to allow the drivers to kind of recover from the mistakes that they make and be able to continue here in this, well, I would call one of the most difficult races on the virtual platform one could find. You could compare this race to the Macau Grand Prix, I believe. This one's maybe a little bit more difficult, a little bit more sketchy with the chicanes. You have to be very precise with the entry speed, and as soon as you want to be a little bit faster, it's definitely very easy to make a mistake, and those tires, they greet you quite badly if you are approaching them in a little bit higher speed than one would expect. And Karkelbeck racing car is in the pit lane, so down positions they go, and that's gonna be the long stop, I assume, after 32 completed laps. So a lot of the teams, they take earlier pit stops here at the beginning, so we have a lot of out of sync strategy here on the circuit, so it's gonna be very difficult to predict who is actually battling for what position here. Well, it's easier at the moment to look at the leaders of this race at this time. That's the Dream to Drive car.
By the way, have closed back up. That gap has gone back down to just about half a second. Traffic, I think, helping. But Ricochet will get stuck behind one of the GT4s. Might try a move down into the hairpin. Does. And that's a good move to make. If your car can get round there, and that's a big advantage of the Porsche.
If you're driving a Porsche Cup car, you can easily do that. It's a slightly narrower car, which has a very good turnaround capabilities around the hairpin, and well, they can take a little bit more risk. So they are actually the best car for traffic here in this race, and no wonder we see so many Porsche Cup cars here driving around the circuit and performing really, really well.
Yep, the Porsches are doing extremely well, and this is battle for position. Yep, the 6 racing team and Sim Studio Kaunas, and well, the Super Trofeo quicker down the straights and runs away. And the AMG quicker through the corners and is being by the overall race leader. So race leader already lapping P7 overall. Yep, going fast. And how do we know it's the race leader? Because of the yellow mirrors. That's what we established earlier. It's good that we did that.
Yeah. Easy to separate. And now, well, Sim Studio Kaunas, do they have a chance? They let through the leader quite easily. And I think they have a small plan in their heads, hoping that maybe the Dream to Drive car will try to overtake.
Yeah, but they've lost too much time now. They can't really do anything. They've lost time to the overall race leader. So whatever, however easily Six lets them by, it's not going to really matter. Because, oh, actually, Six let them by super easily. And, wow. I wasn't expecting that. I was going to say, well, they're just going to lift
still
on the
side by side. Still side by side.
Yep,
and the Lamborghini.
Who's going to blink first? Who's going to chicken out of this one? And Lamborghini faster down the straight, so keeps hold of the position, but he just jumped right out of the way. He doesn't have to do that. He could have just waited for the next straight. Didn't really need to go off the track to let the leader by. Maybe we'll learn. He'll learn this for the next few overtakes. And, well, they're between them and Sean Clark Racing. We need the gap to update. Trying to see how big that gap is. And we'll cross the line in just a moment. Looking on the timing screen on WorldSimSeries.com. That's where the official live timing is. So 20 seconds from 6 to Sean Clark Racing. Dream to Drive, that means, is only about 18. behind lapping Jan Nims. Oh, that
six. That's again 6.
that looks like his racing line now. But it does look much quicker because I think SimStudio Kaunas might just be able to take that position unless the Lambo outpowers him down the straight once again, and that's exactly what happens. So the Super Trofeo, I think the SimStudio Kaunas team will be having nightmares about that V10 in the back of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, because it just powered down the straightaway. And, well, the SimStudio car almost looked like they were fully ahead. And the Lamborghini just powered back past them and back ahead down the straight. I'm not sure, though, that is the preferred racing line to do round the hairpin. So we'll see if that mistake, I'll call it a mistake and not his actual racing line, will be made once again. If it is made again, then we'll have to start referring to his racing line. So let's see what happens. Here comes the Tix car. And this time, gets through normally. Even if it's difficult to get through for the Lambo, gets through normally. And I think he can now start making a gap, because it does look like that car's maybe just a little bit quicker than the SimStudio car, which is, by the way, in second position in the GT3s. So running on the podium, looking at the gaps, you wouldn't say so.
Car number 15 receiving a drive-through penalty from race control.
And that is?
Dentakasa Racing Team. This is a GT3 car. Let's try and find them in this list.
11.
There we go. That's P5 in the GT3 class. This is the Audi. That should...
And it says boom on the side of the car, so maybe they... Oh no, poof. Poof, it says on the side of the car. Poof. So maybe they poofed someone out of the way, and that's why they got... I'm not sure why they got a penalty. I can't... I think we gotta check the penalty sheet.
I think 3 warnings for
okay,
causing
so
an incident.
Three cars out of the way, and finally they get the drive-through penalty. Should be taking it now, and they do.
Yep, exactly. 3 warnings, and that's why they have received the drive-through penalty. For your confirmation, as we look at the Sean Clark Racing Team, 13 seconds ahead of SimStudio Kaunas car. Oh my, but the GT...
losing time, right? Losing time, no?
To whom?
Or am I wrong? To SimStudio Kaunas. No?
We can try and look at the 3 laps, 4 previous laps of both of these cars.
Definitely losing time. Yep, 1 minute 10, 1 minute 8.9, so 1 minute 9 essentially.
Yep.
The car doesn't look damaged though. At least not too damaged. There's a little bit of a scuff at the front, but that's nothing. So, interesting. So what's happening to the Sean Clark Racing car?
Maybe traffic, maybe some continuing mistakes.
A lot of
on
traffic.
The track.
There has to be a lot of traffic. But he's actually been in the 1 minute 7s all the way through. So lap 34, 33 in the 1 minute 7s. So not a good run. 37 in the 1 minute 7s as well. So maybe thinking about tires and trying to save them. But, I mean, in the GT3s, they've got an advantage of having a soft, a medium, and a hard. I'm not sure you can get the hard up to temperature. And that is SimStudio Kaunas getting past, I think that's Vendelis in the red car. Second place in GT3. And 7th place overall. Oh, Vendelis, Tokyo drifts out of the hairpin. Touches the wall a little bit. It's a wall tap.
What do you think?
Is that good in drifting? The wall tap, is that a plus points or minus points?
Don't ask me. I don't know a lot of things about drift.
If Paulus is watching, is tapping the wall good or is it bad? Like a small tap, like Mendelis just did. Is that extra points or more points?
Yeah,
or less points? Or maybe somebody in the YouTube chat can answer that, more or less points.
confirmation needed. I wonder how many teams will have here this afternoon with just one driver. Because, well...
Oh, by the way, YouTube question. I wonder if anyone... The real thing. They will. So, Henrikas Klepikas will race the real thing. Anybody else that you know will race the real race as well? I'm trying to look through the entry list. I'm not seeing
I know that Žadeikis had
division.
to start here in this race, but at the very last minute he had to recall the plan to race on this virtual event due to some other needs that he needed to fulfill. So he's not here. So Henrikas Klepikas, yep. And looking at the names,
his dad in Division 2 as well. So Dardas as well racing. So 2 drivers, and we just got confirmation it is more points if you do a wall tap. So Matas Mendelis, even if he's not doing great in the race, at least for now, he'd be doing great in terms of drift points.
wow,
Can we have a separate trophy for that? Maybe for next year. And this is overall race leader getting past Henrikas Klepikas.
and he's about to pass
other
Sean
drift
Clark
stuff.
Racing. He's about to lap Jan
yep.
Nimts in a GT3 class. No one has expected that before the start of the race, but hey, it's only lap 41 out of 186 laps on this very tricky racetrack. I know that Jan Nimts will share the car with oh, I forgot the name. I'm sorry. Sean
I think it's
Speth.
Simon
Speth. Yeah, yes. Simon Speth. And I'm not sure who will Grantas Kareckas share the car with. Whom he'll share the car with. He had nobody. So he's on his own. He had to share the car with Edvinas Žadeikis. But as I mentioned before, Edvinas Žadeikis was unable to start this race. So if Grantas Kareckas is going to be driving on his own, so you wouldn't expect a lot of differences. 3 cars.
He will be sharing. I'm sorry, he will be sharing it with Tadas Juknevičius. So another very fast guy.
There you go. But there's still a change gonna be will need to be made, and sometimes that changes the whole story of the race. As the drivers change the seats, you can expect something different, at least from the lineup of the cars. But still, having a lap advantage against, for this moment, every car except 5 on the grid. Actually, except 4 cars on the grid. He lapped all the cars up until P5.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Sean Clark Racing, Vanago Dev Solutions, Greek UAG, and Transport Engineers, the only cars not lapped by the race leader, and that's well, Tadas Juknevičius is fast, super fast on his own already, and if you know, he'll be given the car. Okay, he probably won't lap everybody, but he'll be given a car that's, you know, half a minute ahead of everyone. It's much easier to manage a gap like that. You don't then need to take crazy risks in traffic. It's a little bit of a bump, but it then means no need to take crazy risks in traffic, no need to do anything crazy, really. So, yeah, these gaps, they help you. Just Moreo? That says on the side of the car.
yeah, just Moreo. This is the generic skin of...
It looks like it almost says just married on the back of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of Mercedes.
Moreo.
This is a generic paint from Assetto Corsa title, but look how much slower Jan Nimts is going around the racetrack. Grantas Kareckas is basically catching up with him within every corner. He's already on the tail, and he clipped the barrier. Grantas Kareckas has just clipped the barrier. I don't think there's going to be a lot of damage from such a clip. The angle of the contact was quite lucky, I could say, and the car should have no damage here on the Assetto Corsa platform, especially with a 70% of damage enabled, but still, look at how much quicker he is now, and well, who could have expected that a GT Open car will overtake Jan Nimtz in a GT3 car by 1 lap after 44, well, let's say 45 or 46 completed laps. This is something that I haven't expected before the race. Well, yeah, Jan Nimtz made a big mistake in one of the laps, but he didn't lose one full lap then at that moment. He lost like 15 seconds or so. So the other 50 seconds that he lost are purely from pace during these 44 laps at this moment.
So let's see how difficult he makes this now. We don't have a safety car in the race, so you're not really you don't have that massive advantage of staying on the lead lap, and doesn't make it difficult at all. Gets off the gas, it looks like he does, and Grantas Karatskas has lapped every single GT3 car. And if this was a race where we'd have DPIs or LMP2s, you'd say that's not super impressive, but he's done that in a Porsche Cup car. And that is quite impressive. Obviously, you can see that the GT Open cars are quicker, or at least maybe look more positive around this place, maybe a little bit easier to drive at pace.
Yeah, they are smaller, they are a little bit tighter, and they do turn around that hairpin quite much easier. So they can attack it a little bit with a little bit more speed. The Mercedes from the GT3 class, they have to slow down a little bit more. They don't have such nice turnaround capabilities like the Porsches do, so the race pace is definitely in favor for the Porsches here, and especially in traffic. You can see Grico Veget doing a very good job. That's Vershitkas behind the wheel here at this moment, 1.3 seconds behind Žukauskas, who's driving for Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. And well, from history, Vilnius Tech, they are doing a very nice job by progressing, and their pace is always getting better and better, and now they are sitting, well, you could say quite comfortably in P2 here in this event. Well, they have a little bit of pressure from behind, but they did felt that for the whole 45 laps, 45 and a half laps, in this race, so they are doing a good job even with the pressure on their shoulders, making no big mistakes as Grico Veget. They don't tend to have fear of attacking those curbs that have been installed on this virtual racetrack to make it a little bit more drivable. It's not exact replica of the real track that will look like in 1 week time. It's being built right now actually near Palanga. It's only 1 week away from the 26th race of the Aurum 1006 kilometers in Palanga. So this is a very nice introduction, and wow, Vilnius Tech, I just spoke quite a lot of nice words about the team, and they just made a big mistake out of the final chicane and lost the second position. They are still there, they're right on the tail of the Grico Veget team, but yeah, they lost the position on the racetrack.
Yep, but it's going to be hard to take it back. You've seen how much Grico Veget had to pressure them. And, well, small mistakes can mean you lose positions. Grico Veget, though, you have to commend that effort. Gone from, started in P6 and now up into P2. And we've just heard that Matas Mendelis in the Karkelbeck car has now retired. So, first retirement of this race, official retirement. And that's the Karkelbeck car. Unfortunately, too much damage on it now to continue.
So first victims start to fall. We see 27 cars remain on this racetrack. which is still a very nice result here. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know what to expect before the race. I just hoped for a very clean race, and so far so good, I would say. I was expecting a little bit more drama, a little bit more of damages happening on the racetrack. But I'd say it's quite clean, having in consideration what type of a track we are racing here. And if one has tried the virtual version of the Palanga track, they know that it's so easy to make a mistake. You just need to slightly fall out of your race rhythm, and that's where problems come in. You can send the car flying into the air quite easily by just missing the apex or hitting it a couple of kilometers too fast. And well, 49 laps completed, and I'd say so far so good. So I hope to see this kind of a race up until the end of this race. And well, still hoping for a little bit of more drama for the fight of the lead. And well, things happen. Whoa! OBS Simulatory clipping the barriers, sliding the car around, making the life a little bit harder for the GT4 car behind, because, well, when you're driving behind a car which is clipping the barriers, you never know where that's gonna end. Riding with mate to race GT Open car. Oh, number 3 hitting the tire so hard.
And there's a GT4 that's an innocent victim in that one. And that is overall race leader.
Long stop. This is a long stop.
Yep, long stop, and he's just gonna wait at pit exit, I think. So Grikkeviger will take the overall lead of the race.
Yep, and where are transport engineers? Wow, they are losing. Yep, they are losing so much time. Also to the Grikkeviger car. Look, they lost 3 seconds in the. Wow, even more now with this lap. On the previous lap, they lost the whole 2 seconds actually. So not going so nice here. Maybe the tires are dead already.
I think also maybe could be the mistake that they made can kind of get you out of a rhythm. You know, if you're in a rhythm, you're doing well, you're racing, and then this happens, you kind of drop out of rhythm.
Let's look at the classification in the classes. So Silver Motorsport, they continue to lead the GT4 class, followed by Sim Academy. Wow, the curbing. Oh, sometimes it's really difficult to hit those curves. They lost quite a lot of time here. Look at the Sim Academy car. They are not directly behind the Silver Motorsport car, but they are only 1 second behind now with 1 lapped car in between. Over the Limit is actually in P3, 4 seconds behind this battle. Latvian Lightning Locomotive, this is the name of the team. Yep, they are 4th. Klimanskas Racing still P8, but they were the first car to head straight into the pit lane for that long stop, and we are yet to see the outcome of that outsynced strategy as Sim Academy has to deal with the traffic. We have one car on the roof. I wonder what car was that.
Lamborghini? Some kind of Lamborghini?
It was some kind of a Lamborghini. We have, this is, I think that's race ready 94 on the livery. They are now in P7, standing in the pit lane. Well, they have been towed back to the pit lane. It didn't take too long.
And why not make the long stop? Why not make the long stop now? No, don't exit the pits.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay,
now that's a mistake. If you have to get back to the pits, you've lost half a minute already. Take the long stop. Why go back out on track?
and make the same mistake again.
And make the same mistake again. And crash again and take out an Audi as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope they do the long stop now.
I wonder which car. Yep, this is the Dentacasa Racing team. They are
mile more, worry less. Well, I hope that they continue with that motto. They smile more after that incident, even, and worry less Finally, on the left side of the car.
Chaos erupting on the racetrack. We start seeing these nasty crashes that are basically planted here on this kind of a racetrack. I'm talking about the virtual one, those walls made out of tires that stand still from any sort of a contact that they have in this race. They keep standing there, and all the cars that hit them, they fly into the air. So Chaos will be relieved from time to time, released from time to time here on this track.
Whoever made those tires, well, I'd like to try driving on those. Those could last forever. They're that indestructible. By the way, I was talking about the livery of the Audi. Talk about the livery of this Porsche. Who's on the car? There are faces on the car. It's definitely not a standard Assetto Corsa livery, that's for sure.
Isn't it? It's not?
No, I don't think it is. But faces of the drivers on the car. There's another one on the hood as well. Easy to spot though on track. Now that we've lost the other red car, this one with the green rims, the neon green rims on it as well, definitely stands out. And now is leading the race.
Yep, the lead is due to the different strategy that the teams have here on this race, but still the Griquevėžiai team, which is a team made out of young drivers, I believe. They are doing a very good job here on this circuit, not only being quite fast here, second fastest car on the track, they are avoiding those bigger incidents that some of the experienced drivers could not avoid. For example, the Karkelbæk racing team, they are out of this race. They had so many contacts that the car was badly damaged, and well, they had to retire the car. I think that's the reason why the car is not racing here with us anymore. So this car, number 4, Griquevėžiai with Veršickas behind the wheel, I think they are doing a very, very nice job here. And as mentioned before, all the 3 winners from every class, they will have the chance to step on the real podium here in Palanga next week to be rewarded as the winners of the first ever event on the virtual platform, which replicates the real Aurum 1006 race here in Lithuania on a very different track that everyone is used to.
Unique.
It is unique. Yep. So we might see the faces that we see on the car, on the side, on the hood of the car. We might see the faces on the podium here in 1 week time. So cheer for your favorite drivers, and if you will see them on the podium finishing here this evening, you can come to Palanga and see them on the real podium, stepping on the 3 steps. By the way, the winners of this event, they will be also rewarded with VIP tickets for the real event. So they are actually here driving not for nothing. They are driving here for the real experience. It's always nice to go to this special event, as we have one GT3 car turned around. What was it happening just in front of the Dream to Drive team? That's very difficult sometimes to catch up with the cars on the track, especially after the long pits have been taken. No, that was in front of the PPF car, yep. But I think they managed to avoid any further issues here as they continue their journey just behind the Dream to Drive team in P7, 1 lap down though on the virtual leaders of this race. So Dream to Drive, after that long pit stop, they are down in P6, 3 seconds behind RG Racing team, and that's your outseeing strategy outcome now. Who's behind the wheel? That's Tadas Juknevičius is behind the wheel, so he's still getting familiar with the racetrack. Grantas Kareckas did the heavy part starting off the race. Now Juknevičius has the job to continue this, and as soon as he goes on the tail of RG Racing Team driver, you can see he's almost, sometimes almost 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds faster than the car in front, which is also a Porsche Cup car. You can see that...
And that car has not taken a long pit.
Yeah, but he will need to deal with it on the track, but, well, 57 out of 160 laps, that's roughly 5 laps before the provisional pit stops. The pit window was roughly around 62 laps of this race, if I recall that correctly. So he still will need to deal with...
Actually, you can... So in the Lamborghini, the longest you can go is actually about 100 laps on a tank of fuel.
Oh, wow.
You're more tire limited. I think in the Porsche, the tank is a little bit smaller, so you'll be going maybe 95 laps or something like that. So it's a long way you can go on a tank of fuel. You're more than worried about how the tires are doing. So sometimes if it makes more sense to go for a tire stop.
And that's it. Tadas Juknevičius has the pace advantage. No problems here to make that move count. And he's up to P5. In the GT Open class, he's still virtually leading this race. He just made that pit stop a little bit earlier than some of his rivals, some of their rivals. They are now P9 overall with 3 completed pit stops. I just saw the counter. Let me try and catch up with that. Yep, pit stops. So it shows that the Dream to Drive car has made 3 pit stops in total. So I'm not sure what's up with that.
Maybe it's something with the long pit. Maybe it counted more for some reason.
Let's take a look at the PPF. Nope, PPF team, they have 1 pit stop. I think maybe they had some issues. Maybe the Dream to Drive car had some issues during the pit stops.
Yeah, but I think it could also be because they swapped drivers. Because Race Ready are at 3 pit stops. Oh, but they actually have 3 pit stops.
Maybe
because the drivers swapped, something happened.
So Grikivežiai are in the pit lane. This is gonna be the direct answer to what we are talking about at this moment. Did Dream to Drive have issues or not?
Dream to Drive team go very long in the pit lane. So they went very, very far ahead down the lane.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why the sim kind of counted it as more. I'm not sure, but they definitely didn't make 3 pit stops because they're quite high up. I mean, they haven't lost that much time. So I kind of doubt the idea of them making 3 pit stops somehow. Because that would have been a much, much bigger time loss. So Grikivežiai in the pit lane and, well, all cars serviced by the Dream to Drive mechanics. So even different cars.
Big team.
But
it's a very big team. They have a lot of workers here. You need to make every worker work here. So that's what they are doing. And we are still standing with the Grikivežiai team. I'm interested in how long the pit stop will take.
Well, however long the long stop is.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure this out.
I think 180 seconds, no?
So 3 minutes. I think so too. That should be 3 minutes for the long stop. I need to...
Yeah, 180 seconds, so 3 minutes. So 3 minutes from line to line, by the way.
Grikivežiai is still second. Sean Clark Racing moving up to P3 now during these pit stops taking place. And are they still in the game here? What do you think?
Up to for P2? The win?
Yep.
I can't see it. You know, if we didn't have the long stop requirement, I'd say maybe they are conserving fuel and conserving tires and trying to make it on a one stop, which is possible in this race. Smash of the wall from, I think that was the PPF car. and smash of the wall by one of the AMGs. So 61 laps into 186. We're a bit more than an hour into this race. Here's the Dream to Drive car, which should be the overall leader once everybody gets their... No. Oh yeah, it is. Yep. Because now Grikovic have exited the pits and they're behind Dream to Drive. So Dream to Drive definitely didn't make free pit stops. That was just a glitch in the system.
And they are 31 seconds behind Dream to Drive at this moment.
So the gap increased a little bit, but not too much. So
Vilnius Tech.
had good pace. They had good pace, so it makes sense. Vilnius Tech now into the pits. They took over the lead of the race for a bit. The Solutions get their pit stop done as well. First along pit of this race. That's the highest place Lamborghini, or at least it was before this round of pit stops started. International Racing Team have already done 2 of their long pit stops. That's early. You can't make it to the end from here. You could make in about 25 laps time.
I think that's because they faced a little bit more issues than they have expected. Not that they have planned to make those long stops so early, 58 laps into the race on a very short racetrack. That's not what one would plan a strategy like before the race. As we head over our focus to the GT4 class, which is still led by Silver Motorsports. Sim Academy, they won.
Sim Academy in the lead?
Nope, they were a couple of seconds behind Silver Motorsports. They are now 11 or 12 seconds behind the leaders.
No, they were in the lead at one point.
At one point, at the very start, they were at the lead at the very start of this race, but then Silver Motorsport, they took over the lead and they kept leading it, and they are still in the lead. Sim Academy, though, they are only 1 second ahead of Over the Limit Racing, Latvian Lightning.
Racing down into the pit lane as well now. So all of those, that whole lead pack has gone in, and I think Sim Studio Kaunas will take over the lead.
Let's head back over to the overall standings. Sean Clark Racing are in the lead, but they are standing in the pit lane, so yep, you're totally correct. Sim Studio Kaunas, they should become the virtual leaders of this race so far, as you can see the timing table looking...
There's a car stopped. What car was that? That looked very similar to a Dream to Drive livery.
One who is on the racetrack, we don't see...
I think that was, yep, I'm looking at the replay now. That was Henrikas Klempikas is stopped there on the exit of the second chicane. Not sure why, the reason why it was stopped, but that car was definitely stopped. So, the black mirrored car. And they're in 7th place in the GT Open class at the moment, but again, pit stops need to pan out as Sim Studio Kaunas take over the lead of the race. 63 laps into this one. Where are we a third of the way through? I think now we're a third of the way into this race.
Yep, we are. Yep, that's the third distance of this race. A little bit more than 1/3.
Yep, about a half a lap more than a third. Transport Engineers completed their long stop and they rejoined behind Grikovic. So clean pit stops for everyone. Will we see Sim Studio Kaunas down into the pits just yet? No, they still want to lead this race. So nice TV time for Sim Studio as they take over the lead. And we'll see where they get to. Obviously, doing this, you're shortening your later stints in the race. That means you can go quicker towards the end. You can carry less fuel. You can use up more of the tires. Again, GT3 has the option of tire compounds. You've got a medium, you've got a soft, and a hard tire there as well. Running the mediums at the moment But if you really extend the stints, maybe the soft could be an option towards the very end if you want to make that final push. Somebody spun round in the second again.
Oh, and
that looked like a Lamborghini to me. Oh, it is. Made to race. Yep, they've had issues, and that's the latest one. RG Racing Team get their stop done as well. So now the virtual race leader is in P4 overall. Here is that yellow wing-mirrored car, the GT Open Dream to Drive machine.
Soon they'll have to deal with slightly faster traffic. A slightly damaged Lamborghini GT3 car is in front of Tadas Juknavicius. I don't think he thinks about it as a threat or some sort of an issue. It's just traffic that goes straight to take that longer part around that place on the circuit where you climb on this bridge.
They saw how quickly he was approaching, got scared, and just drove right off the road. They're actually catching up to Shizuo GT Corsa. And overtake them as well.
Yeah, because they were in the pit lane. So SimStudio Kaunas, they are still on the racetrack. Here they are, and extending their first stint as long as possible. And they have something in mind here, definitely. Stuck in traffic, they are leading the race. They have a slightly faster Lamborghini coming from behind, which is looking for an overtake, and Audi has to cut the chicane.
This will not end well, and everybody... Now we've got our first
and
traffic jam of the race.
PPF falls into this.
No, that was so unlucky because everybody moved. He tried to go around the cut. That Lambo, the made-to-race Lambo, kept on pushing.
Again.
Oh no! The PPF car. They've been collected in way too many of these, and there's another AMG coming. Don't rejoin there. Oh, wow. Well, this is what we expected, and it's finally happened. We had a traffic jam, and, well, at some point, you just don't move. Don't move. Stay in place, because the guys approaching from behind know that you're there, and the PPF car, they made the right choice. Go and cut the track, go around the outside there. But then, everybody decided to get in reverse and drive onto there, so... yeah, that's how you get into trouble sometimes. Yeah, that is unfortunate. So here is the, well, soon-to-be overall race leader, I'd say.
And look,
they are virtually over.
Drive is only 45 or 40-something seconds behind SimStudio Kaunas. And SimStudio Kaunas, they still have to make that one long pit stop. And they are still on the same lap. The long pit stop takes 3 minutes, which is more than 2 laps. Are they on the same lap? I think they are on the same lap. SimStudio Kaunas, they were quite slow on the previous lap. Were they caught up in that pileup? I don't think so. They escaped that pileup in the first chicane.
I think they didn't get involved in that pileup, but they maybe lost some time somewhere else. I mean, they were slower the whole way through, so it's not a surprise that Dream to Drive are catching up. And with about a 3-minute stop time, they were ahead by over a lap. So just recovering that time. I mean, they're going quick.
They are quick, even though the drivers have changed, but Tadas Juknavicius is still on the very same mission as Grantas Karetskas was. So this is definitely the strongest team on this racetrack during this event. Well, there's no one near the pace of the Dream to Drive team. And they are already 1 lap ahead of Griku Vežėjai car. Are they? No, that's behind the leader.
No,
sorry,
no,
this is this. Yep, that's. Yep, there they are. They are 30 seconds ahead of Griku Vežėjai. So Griku Vežėjai doing also a good job. Transport Tech engineers. well, they are 15 seconds behind, so they lost a little bit after that pit stop. They were running second for a very long amount of time. Oh, look at Griquevigier. They are right behind the PPF team. This is the sister team of the Dream to Drive car, which is currently leading the race. I think that's going to be an interesting moment when these two come a little bit closer to each other, as one Lamborghini is taking a runoff again. That's the same one which was involved in that pileup a couple of laps ago in that first chicane that we approach now.
By the way, one of the GT4 cars that hasn't pitted, that's the leader. He's already up into 7th overall as the Lamborghini decides the runoff at the final chicane wasn't enough. He wanted to try out the runoff at the first chicane as well, but that runoff and jumping over a sausage curb. So tried out that one. I don't think he liked either of them. It's time loss for both. I don't think it's going to be really a big drama here as Griquevigier approaches the PPF HK by Dream to Drive.
I don't know.
Car.
It might not be, but they are on very similar pace.
There's not really a big point for the PPF car to really hold Griquevigier up. There's a half a minute gap that Dream to Drive have at the front of the field, so it's not really a battle for position.
But it's still a battle for the lead as SimStudiaKaunas finally makes their first pit stop on lap 69. And
I'm sure that was planned well in advance to make it on lap 69, just so we'd say that, because that was well the final car that we expected from the lead group to make the pit stop.
That Lamborghini is struggling in that background. In the background, you can see it. It clipped the barrier again on the exit of the hairpin corner, where you can see the last laps of the category leaders. And Dream to Drive 1 minute 5.9 versus SimStudiaKaunas 1 minute 8.4. Of course, SimStudiaKaunas car, they have entered the pit lane, so I'm not sure if that's a valid lap time.
No, it wouldn't. It hadn't counted that. So that was the last lap they did proper on track. Because remember, the pit entry is so early. It's actually before the final chicane. It's right there on the. You don't cross the line to make a lap when you go into the pits. So that is a real lap. The final lap before the in lap, and a 1 minute 8.4 to a 1 minute 5.9. You remember you asked the question, how are they only 46 seconds behind after making a long stop? This is your answer, because they've been going at a crazy speed. Well, huge slide from Griquevigier out of the hairpin. Out of the first hairpin, the clip of the hairpin. And into the second chicane. This Porsche, we've seen it ride the curves much more than any other car, and there was a drive-through penalty, I think, for the Poof car, wasn't it?
Yep, it was for the Denta Casa team. Car number 15.
Drive-through for the PPF car from Race Control. Now, what is that for? The PPF car. Oh no! Oh no!
They've seen the message. They've seen the message, and I think they made a mistake.
They tried to take it, but they were already past the pit lane. So.
Okay, car number 10. Did they exceed the counter? No, they didn't. I'm not sure what's the penalty is for. I don't see it actually on the table.
Oh, now it's updating. No, but I don't see a penalty either.
There was another penalty now. Oh, okay, it updated now. I think it had to be for car number 18, I guess. Oh, taking the I think it had to be for Fun Sim Racing. I think it was a mistake from Race Control. And it had to be called off because what I'm seeing on the table is a couple of contacts between car number 10 and car number 18.
That must have been...
No, but that's actually no further action. I'm confused. I'm not sure how...
That must have been, that's the contact I think we saw at the hairpin. I think that must be the contact we saw at the hairpin,
19.
but
It's for
I'd
car
be-
19. For too many warnings. Fantos Racing, they have just completed that drive-through, and yep, I think it was for car 19. So a lot of confusion here.
Yep. Maybe out balanced. Put the PPF car off balance there as well, with that announcement of the penalty. Because well, I would have been surprised if that was the car that got a penalty for the, but actually serving the penalty.
Did they serve the penalty? This is.
They're doing it now, I think.
Yep, they are exiting the pit lane. Definitely.
But
Was it?
46-second pit time? That's quite long. No? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe a stop and go? But yeah, I think... I'm not sure what incident that was for. Maybe it was one that we didn't see. Because I would have been really surprised if that was the car penalized for the incident at the hairpin where we saw the track blocked. And saw that car just arrive and be driven into. Would have been very surprised that was the car that got the penalty. Very aggressive through the chicane. But it definitely served the penalty. At least it looked like it. Because
Okay.
I do see a drive-through penalty on the timing screen on WorldSimSeries.com that hasn't been served.
Oh my, a lot of confusion, but you know, we are back at it. We are back at being very confused while watching these races, and I think that's the most enjoyable part for us with you to do here. we always start the guesswork. Something happens and then, well, we try to guess everything. Well, there you see, drive-through taken. Maybe they received a drive-through penalty for cutting the chicanes that comes from the real-time
But
penalty
that's
app.
what I saw from race direction.
Oh yeah, you're right. So confusion continues.
Yep. And by the way, so this car, you see it taking the curb so much. No other car does that. That might just be a setup thing as well. Because this car, anytime we look at it, it's jumping over those curbs. No other car does it, but this one hasn't crashed out of the race doing it for now. And it looks like that car's maybe just a little bit better on the curbs.
We are investigating the case, trying to figure out here what happened with the number 10 car, because me and Gustas, we are unable to figure this out.
It could be an incident that we haven't seen. That's very much possible.
Yep, yes indeed, you can see the PPF car here in front again of Griquevegei car, so they lost basically one full lap, and wow, they are brave on the curbs. They are taking them with confidence here, even clipping those tires made of bricks.
So, that's Griquevegei on your screens there. Well, the timing screen keep fluctuating, but I think they're around 35 behind the lead. I think that's the gap. And best laps of the race, 1 minute 5.1. Dream to Drive in the GT Open class. Shuttle Clock Racing 1 minute 6.0 over the Limit Racing 1 minute 9.8 in the GT Force.
PPFT, oh man, I think they lost the rhythm after that penalty. They definitely, as soon as they've seen the notice coming up in front of their screens, they started to make mistakes, and they continue to make those. They looked so strong at the beginning of this one. I think that's still Hendrikas Klapikas behind the wheel, and I haven't seen him so confused here. Making mistake after mistake, still staying on the pit lane, staying on the racetrack and continuing his journey. He's now down in P10, 3 laps behind his sister team.
Yep. Sometimes it's difficult to get out. Once you get a penalty or make a mistake, they keep on coming. So you really have to relax, get back into a rhythm, and not try and win the time that you lost. The time you lost, you're never going to get back. So don't try and overpush it, because that just means more time lost.
Okay, I think it was explained nicely from our race control, which actually is not race control, he is a race steward. So the penalty had to come for cutting the chicanes, maybe for making mistakes. I think if you cut the chicane 3 times and gain time, you can receive the race penalty, a penalty, a drive-through penalty, which is issued by the real penalty app. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was the case.
Yep, so there was an explanation about the penalty that from race... what did it say? Race direction?
Race control, and
so penalty from race control is a penalty actually given out by the server, because below it says server penalty. Now, there was another car that got an actual penalty from race control. That was number 19. And if you look on the WorldSim timing, it then says our steward.
Ooh, that's
another
where you get the penalties from. 3 times around over the curbs, straight through the chicanes. As wow, that Lamborghini enjoys the same Lamborghini. They are enjoying the first chicane. They are out of rhythm. Definitely totally out of rhythm, and I don't even recall the name of the team, but yeah, it's getting out of hand.
It's not a GT3 that had that. I think we have a green or yellow Rello. Oh, there's another green Lamborghini, but it is in a different part of the track, so it definitely wasn't this one.
This one, it was this one.
I think it was this one. Yep. Oh, this is a GT Open car. Yep. So the 2 yellow-ish, green-ish, light, citrusy colored cars. That's what we can call them. Citrus colored. They're having issues at the final chicane and at the first chicane as well. One's lime colored, the other is kind of yellowy. Maybe not a ripe lemon, but something close to that. So citrus Lamborghinis continue on their struggle. 79 laps will be completed once the race leader crosses the line here. We're about, we'd be about 12, so we'd be one of the mathematics, 14 laps from the midpoint of the Aurum 1006 Cam Esports, the 503-kilometer race, half distance here we're running. In the virtual world, it's Dream to Drive at the top of the standings, ahead of Griku and Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. It is an all GT Open and an all Porsche Cup car top 3. After that, we have Vanago Dev Solutions X OBS Simulator in the highest place Lamborghini in the field. Still a GT Open car, and just 1 step off the podium, but only 4 seconds off the podium.
Oh,
so
that's gonna be a gem. Nope.
Got away. Then come your GT3 leaders, and it's Sean Clark Racing ahead of Sim Studia Kaunas in P6. P7 goes to Shizokor Racing, and so that's P3 in the GT3s as well. P4 in the GT3s, and P8 overall is For Fun Sim Racing in the Audi that we just saw, I think, hit that wall. Then RG Racing Team in the Porsche are in 9th overall, and 10th overall the struggling PPF racing car, but that's actually a position switch, because I was reading it off the timing screen on WorldSimSeries.com, which updates every lap. PPF go up into 9th overall as RG Racing continue to hit the walls. In the GT4s, it's over the limit racing at the top of the field, having made a long stop. They're ahead of Silver Motorsport and Latvian Lightning Locomotives. And then there's Sim Academy and Klimanskas Racing by Beaver Grease. Strangely, I thought they would have rocketed to the top of the standings. They're actually about 40 seconds behind in P5 in class. And but they're chasing down Sim Academy up in front. That gap is just a second.
Yep, and Sim Academy had 3 pit stops. Klimanskas Racing by Beaver Grease, they have made 2 pit stops. So
okay, so maybe something happened, and that's why he's losing time, because he's got damage on the front end of that car as well.
Yep, definitely something happened.
But over the limit, go up into the lead, because they were behind. They were behind Sim Academy and Silver Motorsport, who were leading the race. Now it's over the limit at the top of the standings, 11 seconds to the good in the GT4s. Actually, GT4 is a much closer race, and what's crazy is that we've seen now, I think, about 4 cars lead this race on merit, not on, different strategies. Okay, Klimanskas Racing didn't really lead the race. Oh, and there's another issue for another Audi.
Poof, that's the Poof Audi.
Well, the Poof Audi, the dentist Audi, isn't it?
yes.
No, because it's an actual name, right? It's something with dental.
Not sure. You might do
Dentacasa. So it's something to do dental, because it said something about smile on the side of the car.
Oh.
So, that is a way to negotiate the chicane. Backed out of it. Said it's better not to try and take it. Sometimes it might be rude to call someone a dentist, but that car definitely has something to do with teeth. Dentacasa, it has to do with teeth. It has to do something with teeth, and it said smile on the side. So
I don't know. We have lightning.
This is the dentist Audi. This is definitely the dentist Audi. Look on the side. It says smile on it. So I'll say this is the dentist Audi, and they've been doing some dentist things on track, but still P5 in the GT3, so not doing too bad. But yeah, in the GT4s, we've had Klimanskas has actually gone ahead of Sim Academy now. But we had Klimanskas kind of lead the race, let's say. He was on pole, but he immediately pitted. We had Silver Motorsport lead the race. We had Sim Academy lead the race. Now we have over the limit racing lead the race. So 4 cars have led this race on merit, not on pit strategy. They've led this race on pace. So a very interesting race in the GT4, even if the gaps are quite large and fluctuating. Still, nice to see.
And still 5 cars within 1 lap from the leader in the GT4
Yep, there's another
class.
one. There's the Latvian Lightning Locomotives. They've not led the race, but they're still there. They're in with a shot of leading it at some point. And we're not halfway through. As I think that's GT4 lap 79, is it? Because overall we've definitely completed more. Yes, we have. So that's a new quirk of the timing screen that we have to learn. If we go to the class mode, it says how many laps are, which lap is the class leader completing, not the overall leader. And drive-through penalty for a GT3 car, and that is number 14, the PMO Racing team. Tomola behind the wheel, 5 laps down on the leader, and that penalty is not going to help that case. That's for sure. GT4 leader is in 15th place overall. And we have 9 GT3s and 10 GT Opens, so they're ahead of 4 cars, which is good. they're ahead of 4 cars that they shouldn't be ahead of. Let's call it like that.
You can see the gaps now behind the leader. And, well, only one car stays within the same lap with the Dream to Drive car, and this is the Grecuveje car, which has a very nice livery, carrying around this racetrack with some nice smiling faces, and they are doing a pretty good job here on this circuit.
So, wait, did we see the switch between Transport Engineers and Palanga Dev Solutions?
No, we didn't.
No, and that position has switched, that's for sure. And looking at the intervals...
7.5 seconds. It is
Yep.
7.5 seconds. Oh, and...
Oh, and that's probably why that was... Because there isn't any visible damage on that Porsche Cup car, but... Look at how much time you lose, and Palanga Dev Solutions work quite close. So you do that twice, you've given up a lot of time. So that's Transport Engineers making a couple of mistakes and losing those positions. So now Palanga Dev Solutions up into the podium. And that's,
I think
again,
it's a glitch with... I wanted to take a look at the tire age, and I think it's a glitch. They definitely made one pit stop, and the tires cannot be 85 laps old here on this and all the cars, so that's a shame. A bit of an outside information.
And this is going to be bad.
Nope. They teleported right straight into the pit lane. That's a good solution. I'm pretty sure they had a button mapped on the wheel to make it fast, because as soon as it stopped, it just went straight into the pit lane.
I mean, if you're crashing a lot in practice, it makes sense to map a button.
Maybe it was
how
suggested.
Many crashes we've seen from those cars, those Lamborghini trays.
Yeah, a lot. They are quite wide. The Lamborghinis are quite wide, and they are not very nice around the chicanes or around the hairpin. So
no, I think that the chicanes is not a big issue.
Still clipping the tires. They are still clipping the tires,
but it's worse at the hairpin. Because the hairpin, even if pace-wise, it maybe isn't that big of a loss. It's still a loss, but not that big of a loss. The problem is the traffic. You get into traffic and you get behind the GT4 car, or even worse, you get behind a GT Open or
PPF
a GT3
or Dream to Drive. PPF? Nope. Yep, that was PPF. Where's the PPF car? They jumped
9th overall.
Straight into the pit lane. Straight into the pit lane. They had a nasty moment here. Yep, they on the second chicane they went straight through and hit the barrier.
I see it now. I'm looking at a replay now. Wow. Okay.
And right in front of the Dream to Drive car, I believe, because both of them were in shot. So they rushed straight back into the pit lane. I think that the reasoning for some of the cars teleporting to the pits straight away as they make a mistake or make a crash, that might have been a solution offered during the briefing, to map a button on your wheel to avoid further issues on the track if you face this nasty contact, this nasty crash. Because everyone knows from the practice, sometimes it can get not nice during these incidents. And
RG Racing Team drive through for cutting. That's the car in 9th position overall. Now, we are on lap 89. From this point on, for the GT Open Lamborghinis and the Porsche Cup cars, you could make it to the end. If you made a pit stop now, you can make it to the end on fuel. Now, that does not mean you can make it to the end on tires, and I think that's going to be the limit here. We're more tire limited than fuel limited here, and that is... But it's now possible, so anybody could try it if they really wanted to. Luke asks on YouTube, why no replays for viewers? Because Assetto Corsa does not have replays. And, well, we saw just the Latvian Lightning car. We saw faces on the Grecuveje car. This one has animals on it. I think there was a cat, a rat maybe on it as well. Dog, something. Some kind of animals. There's a bat. Well, what was that? Definitely, there's definitely a cat on it. I think there's a bat or a rat, something like that.
They need to
Some
be
kind
bigger.
of rodent.
The cats, the rats, they need to be bigger here. But
We've
this is
got
a team that
whole
loves
zoo
animals.
that they're taking with them. Look at that. They've got a whole zoo that they're taking around the track, and some of the drivers act like they're from the zoo. So pretty fitting for this race as well. But answering the question from Luke, why no replays for viewers? Because Assetto Corsa does not have the option for a replay.
Yep, and the replay that Gustas is referring to, is just him rewinding.
Going back on the broadcast. Yep, I'm just going back on the broadcast. I'm not even seeing that live. I'm not going into Assetto Corsa to see it. Okay, that's a switch because we've lost.
Did we lose? We lost someone. Someone's into the pit lane. Vanago Dev Solution 6 by OBS Simulatory team. They are in the pit lane for a long stop. Or they are having connection issues. Not sure what the actual reason is here, because they are still offline. They are not on the server at this moment and still not here. So it's quite possible that the Vanago Dev Solutions having issues.
Yep, some kind of issue for sure. We've lost that car.
Yep, still offline. Still offline, just watching at it and not seeing any good. So still no good news for Vanago Dev Solution team. Yep, they are back. They are back here. You can see them. This is a long stop. That should be a long stop. So maybe no major issue, and maybe they are trying something that you might be suggesting here on this live broadcast. 92 laps of this race so far. One can make it to the finish, of course, on fuel, but not on tires. So that's not the best advice one could take. Yep, that was a long stop. 2 out of 2 long stops completed now for car number 8. But they will have to make a short stop. I'm definite about it. The tires, they are set to wear out 2 times faster than they normally would. That means all the harder driving, all the slides, they chump off a healthy amount of rubber from the tire, and it's definitely very hard to extend the life of these. And well, you should think more about the tires rather than the fuel. As International Racing Team, they receive a drive-through for cutting. This is car number 16 in the GT3 class. They are out of top 10 here in this race. And drive-through from race direction. Oh! Transport Tech hitting the barriers. Having completed only 1 stop, I wonder what's that about with the 3 stops in total with the Dream to Drive team. But as we spoke, it might have something to do with the long stop.
So for the Vanago Dev Solutions, they got a disconnect, so connection lost. And now they've actually got a penalty as well. So, question, what is that for?
Oof. Yeah, that's virtual racing. And unforeseen situations, sometimes they take place here. Wow, they have a stop and go penalty. 188 seconds, did not wait minimum time in the pit lane.
Yeah, but they actually waited 2 long stops. They actually did a long stop, but they got a penalty for it.
There was a message. There was a message. Yep, there was a message. 2 long stops completed. That means they made that long stop count. Otherwise, the message would have not come on our screens. Yep. Maybe it has something to do with the disconnect.
Penalty. Yep, it probably does, because it's a strange penalty to see once you've done a long stop and then get a penalty for a...
Which is longer than a long stop. 188
it's actually longer than a long stop, yep. So we'll see.
RG Racing Team again, drive through from race direction.
So penalty from race direction, that is for incidents. That means it's not issued by race control. It's issued by hitting the barriers.
Or cutting the tracks or hitting the barriers. Okay, that's for hitting the barriers.
Hitting the barriers, because cut will be a different penalty, because it will show up as a penalty for cutting the track. This is for bouncing off the walls. We've seen that car bounce off the walls, so gotta see why that is the case. Not gotta see why it's the case. It's not surprising why it's the case that it gets a penalty. Sims to Diakonis, though, holding on behind Sean Clark Racing on the lead lap. That is a good job.
It is. It is definitely a good job, and this is currently the only Lithuanian team on the podium of the GT3 class. Sean Clark Racing has 2 drivers from Germany, and Shizokor GT Course, not sure where the driver is from.
No flag.
Yeah. So they are in P3. Fourth, the For Fun Sim Racing team in the GT3 class is a driver from Italy. Remember, the drivers who will take steps on the podium here after the finish of this event, they will be invited to be rewarded on the real podium on the Palanga circuit. They will receive VIP tickets and everything they need here. So I am already questioning, will we see the drivers visiting this phenomenal race in Lithuania in 1 week's time, just to take that trophy from the real podium for finishing on top steps in this race?
So that penalty was lifted for the Palanga Dev Solutions car.
Yep. So looking at the GT Open podium, where Dream to Drive is back in the pit lane, are they taking another long stop after 96 laps? That's a short stop, I believe, but it's an early stop, isn't it? An early stop.
So they're going for a 4-stop.
Wow.
No, a 3-stop.
3-stop.
3-stop. Yep. So they've gone for a 3-stop strategy option, and crucially, they've come out ahead of the Lithuania car.
So it was a very short stop, actually. They were 36 seconds ahead of...
Yeah, it's probably just tires and some fuel.
There's... That's not good. Oh, you don't want to see that for the leaders.
Now this will be difficult for them to get out. Lucky that transport engineers are quite far away. No, not here. Wow, okay, that was a beautiful little spin.
Yeah, but it was still dangerous. Thankfully, crashes have been avoided, but this is something.
They lost time, but that was
yeah, they lost
spin.
Yeah, but
I'm surprised actually. I was expecting there to be a huge pileup when they did that. They actually managed to spin the car around and leave a gap of a car on the inside.
Again, and it's not their fault again. The drivers are getting tired or something. They are losing their focus and falling out of rhythm. And this time, Grikuvėžiai is the team that got themselves very unlucky. In the course of one lap, they found themselves 2 times in dangerous situations. Once they were spun around. The second time they managed to avoid it, but still they lost plenty of time. Well, not as plenty as one would have expected from a situation like this. Look, only 7 GT Open cars remain on the track. We had 10 here, and again, wow, this is getting out of hand, and only half of the distance is now completed. And the chaos, it's back on the track.
Getting tired as well?
Yeah, I think they are getting tired, definitely. It's a demanding track to drive on, especially in virtual environment. You are not, on the real track, feeling it. You're just looking into your screen. Well, the best you can have is a VR solution, but most sim racers still use the monitor system. And
well, monitors are most of the time quicker.
They are quicker and
less tired,
yep.
definitely.
Yeah, but you don't get that fatigue. So, but you have
to cross 100 laps in the race. So leader is gonna start the 100th lap pretty soon. And they've completed 98. They're on lap 99. As we approach, well, we've gone past the midway point. We'll be with 87 at the end of this one. And this car, well, it's not led every lap, but it's led, if you look at it virtually, as a virtual lead, it's led all the way through. So, dominant machine. Oh, there's a Cayman stopped on the side of the track. Crosses the line. Now does the Dream to Drive car and starts lap 100 of 186. And long pit number 3 now completed by Solutions X OBS Monitor, and that puts them down into 7th in GT Open.
Further issues?
So,
well, why did they take another long stop? Was
maybe some more issues. Not sure, because I saw that car standing at the end of the pit lane. By the way, retirements at the moment, all of them are in GT Open. The PPF Racing HK by Dream to Drive car did that. That is a long stop, early long stop for sure. So they'll be taking a short stop at the end as well. I think they could make it on fuel. The question is, can they make it on tires? PPF Racing HK have retired from the race, as has Six Racing Team. The Guberevs, the highest qualified Lamborghini, and that car has retired as well. And Karkelbeck retired early on in the race. So Klepkas, Guberevs, and Mendelis are your retirements. I see another car that's not running, but that could be a case of pit stop. That was the PMO car, one of the AMG Mercedes cars. I see Vanagodev Solutions, I think, making...
What? Disqualified?
Oh, disqualified. Penalty not taken.
Yep, the 188-second penalty not taken. Oh man, and this is a disqualification. So we have chaos not only on the racetrack, but also off the racetrack. Something fishy happening with the penalties here. And that's a big shame, because Vanagodev Solutions, they were very strong in this race. They were definitely in top 5, and they were definitely looking into a top 3 finish in the GT Open class. Now, well...
They're not looking at a finish anymore, because that car has been disqualified, so... yeah, not sure why that's the case. I mean, that car waited another long pit stop. That wouldn't have cleared a stop and go, because I think that's that is something you complete in your pit box. However, the stop and go was, it said pending, so I thought that was a cleared, as in lifted penalty, because all the other ones are showed as active ones. By the way, the Dream to Drive car still has an active drive-through for... not the Dream to Drive, sorry, the PPF Racing by Dream to Drive car still has an active drive-through penalty for cutting the track, but I think that was the final straw to retire that car.
Yeah, it become harder for the driver to race or continue on racing. As mentioned before, this is a very difficult track to stay on. By the way, Vanagodev Solution Team, they are back on the server. So they were able to get themselves into the race, but that's basically the race over for them, and that's a big shame. We had a very nice battle in the GT Open class. Well, for the podium, we have clear leaders here, but you never know what happens. But once everyone is sure that you don't want to see issues like these. One expects crashes, one expects spins, one expects contacts with the heavy tires, but yeah, these kind of connection or penalty issues, they are not very nice to handle. I'm sure about that. Well, good news, they are back on the track. They are still in the pit lane. They lost plenty amount of time. I'm not sure if they have not lost the last to race here.
Are they back on track?
Well,
I think once you're disqualified, right?
I don't know, but they are in the pit lane here. They are in the pit
now
lane.
they've been disqualified twice.
Oh.
I see it on the WorldSimSeries timing page. Now I see that they've been disqualified twice for not taking a penalty. So maybe for not taking the disqualification.
Just imagine the situation on the real track if you would have
the car's back. The car's back. That's the car. It's back on track, but it's stopped to the side.
Oh my god! And
again, something's maybe still wrong, but no, it's. I think it's back out and driving. Is it? No.
No, they teleported straight back into the pit lane and
stop and go. Another stop and go for that car.
And off the track again.
It got that stop and go while actually serving a long pit stop for 188 seconds. So that's 8 seconds more than a long pit. Then they got disqualified once, then they got disqualified twice, and now they've got disqualified another time. Now they've got a penalty another time for not waiting the minimum time in pit lane. So this is actually catch up with all of these penalties on WorldSimSeries.com. Head on over to the website and you can check it out on the timing screen. That car still says disqualified, even though we saw it out on track, which is pretty strange to see. But maybe race control will figure out something.
Yeah, but still, the race is over.
The race is over for that car anyway, in terms of getting any kind of result. Even if they do get back out on track somehow, it's not looking good, and it's not a positive end to what was a very positive start to the race for that car. They were the fastest Lamborghini by far on track, and they were running in P3, not making mistakes. They were ahead of the transport engineers car. They got ahead of them after the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech made some mistakes, and they were running in the wonderful P3, both in class and overall. Then had a connection issue, and unfortunately that's when everything unraveled. With that connection issue, they could have still had a chance at a result, because you can run on fuel to the end after that, so you serve a long stop and you keep going. Maybe you lost some time, but it's still recoverable. And then they got disqualified twice, and got 2 massive penalties for not completing long stops while they did complete. So, unfortunate end to what was a great start for that car. I would have said this, however, puts Jean-Claude Racing on the podium steps, but that's actually because Greg have done a pit stop. SimStudia Kolnes, though, 38 seconds back from the lead in GT3, and right now on overall podium, they're doing a good job. The Vanago Dev Solutions car, I can see it back on the left, on the timing tower in the live stream. Let's see what other penalty that car gets. I hope not, because it's unfortunate for that car. But looking at SimStudia Kolnes, another one of the cars that are doing a very, very good job.
Yep. Stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble.
Yep, exactly.
Try to not cut the chicanes. Don't bump into the barriers. And, well, that's your recipe. And actually, they are not only doing this job. Nice. What's
happening here?
Well, I've never seen a camera.
I thought the car was flipping upside down. No, it's just what the camera does.
I've never seen that. But yeah, they are not only avoiding those issues, they are still on a very nice pace. Look, only 30 seconds behind the fastest car on the WorldSimSeries platform, Sean Clark Racing.
Simon's behind the wheel of that car now. Oh, again.
Yep. This is a strange camera here, movements. But okay, let's enjoy them. That's, I don't know, reflecting the G-forces, or maybe the driver is so tired that he cannot hold his neck straight.
But look at the hands. Look at the hands as well. I want to see that car in the... again. Because you'll see the hands go crazy as well. Yep, he gets through the chicane fine. Comes out onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, you need a lot of steering wheel angle to get around that hairpin. And that's where crazy stuff happens.
Look.
Whoop. Yep.
Look at the hands. Look at the hands. The hands are going crazy. He's sawing at the wheel. I don't know how many turns he did at that wheel, but must be at least 1,000 degrees of rotation.
No, it's more. It's definitely more from the view of it, but that's definitely a glitch. The driver is not having so much steering wheel input.
Looks like he's driving on a keyboard. Look at that again. Look at how much rotation he does on the wheel.
Yeah.
It's a binary driving style, so driving on a keyboard.
Well, he doesn't need to have a lot of steering wheel input here or in the chicanes, just on that hairpin and on that part where you step on that bridge.
Yeah, actually, it could be that he's actually mapped something and it's
you
a
think
cheat.
So? You think so? No,
It could be a cheat.
I think that's only a glitch. What we've get on our cameras that. That doesn't mean that it reflects what the real driver is doing. Look again, that's too much. That's
look.
this is like driving a helicopter, just spin it
that's
round
why
and round.
The camera goes crazy because
yeah,
it kind of follows where the driver is turning. But if the driver turns, I think with that amount of turning, you'd probably turn the wheels the other direction. You turned them round. You'd almost put the wheels back to straight because the wheel would turn fully around. So the suspension would stick out. But yeah, that's just our speculation.
Okay, you know what? I have an idea.
You know, once we get long into the race,
I have an idea. We can follow up with other drivers. Nope, they have different driving technique. Maybe that's why the GT Open cars are slightly faster. Here around this corner,
yeah, they don't need the 3,000 degrees of steering angle to get round the hairpins. That's a good way to be quicker. Let's watch this car get round the hairpin. Then I'll want to see the Sean Clark Racing car get round the hairpin, because that will be a good indication of what is happening here. Is it the GT3, the AMG GT3, or like I said, like I suspected, a cheat of 3,000 degrees of wheel rotation? So let's see this.
That's okay.
No, this is normal. Let's look at the Sean Clark Racing AMG then. Oh, they're actually approaching the hairpin. Perfect for us. Here we go. Into the chicane. What happens here?
Oh, it's good. It's actually
normal.
Good.
It's normal. So, race control, please investigate. No, I don't think they're cheating. I think it's just some kind of issue. But it looks really funny because that's the only car we've seen doing that, and now we're investigating others, and nobody's doing that. So that's the only car which gets a 3,000 degrees of rotation.
Strange engineering solution. This is a strange engineering solution for SimStudio Kaunas.
That's Kaunas.
Yeah, they know what they are doing.
There's always a strange solution everywhere. So the race continues on. 111 laps completed, and it's still Dream to Drive at the top of the standings by a lap. So because Grukovic made their long stop and had that issue as well.
Yep,
second long stop, so they're clear of their long stops, and they'll only have a short splash and dash. Well, not because of fuel, but actually tire splash and dash at the end. I think that's still going to be quicker than trying to run to the end. So it's going to be a battle, or maybe not even a battle, between Dream to Drive and Vigier for the win overall. And in class in GT Open.
Yep, so there's a little bit less of traffic here on this circuit. By the way, Vanago Solutions team are in the pit lane.
Still in the pits, yep. I think they're he's afraid to get back out on track because he keeps getting these massive penalties. I'd be afraid too if I'd been disqualified twice. You never know what's going to happen if you rejoin the circuit again. So, comes through this Dream to Drive. Cars clearing out of this car's way. It's good to be the leader because everybody sees it on the relative. Look at everybody. Look at the AMG gets out of the way, says, keep going, please. It's nice to be, let's say, in the top 3 position overall, because that's what it says when drivers are approaching. It says on the relative timing display, it'll say, you know, P1 approaching behind you. That's a good indicator, and that's normally it's easier for the top 3 to get through, just because nobody wants to crash out the leader of the race. Because then they know they'll be on the broadcast crashing someone out, and if they crash out the leader, they'll get a lot of stick from everybody, not only in the community that is doing the race, but people that are watching the race will be just as angry, and will be angry as well. If you crash out the leader, will not be happy. Over the limit racing, well, we saw them kind of running in P3 in that first stint. They've gone up to P1, and they're extending the gap ahead of Silver Motorsports and Latvian Lightning. That was the car with the animals on the side of it.
Yep, and Sim Academy, they are down.
Rodents and pets.
Sim Academy down in P6. They have completed 3 stops, but only 1 long stop. So they are on the very same strategy as the 5 cars ahead of them. So they definitely had bigger issues, because once they were leading the race, then they were in second and kind of still in the battle for the lead of this race. Now they are down in P6 and on a similar strategy. So something went backwards for this car, which is quite damaged. Definitely has seen some contacts with the barriers, and maybe not only the barriers.
This car has definitely seen issues, but actually it's not that badly damaged. I think that's the livery that makes the car look damaged. Look, it's not that bad. There's only a bit of a scuff at the front.
Yeah, but already 1 lap behind. So they made pit stops. Maybe they are kind of saving that 1 long stop before the end of this race. That's going to be the last stop, I assume, of this team. Let's take a look at the pit stop. So over the limit and Silver Motorsports, they had 1 stop with Rimtos Šaikos Būstinė. Latvian Lightning and Klimanskas Racing, they had 2 stops. And Pasijuoza Racing, they had also 2 stops. Now, Sim Academy...
LGI Junior team, by the way, had 6 stops.
Yep, no surprise they are 9th.
Remember, we've seen issues with the pit stop counter, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yep.
And that's, Sim Academy. They were the race leader for a short point in the race. But dropped down now and not looking as good. This is Rimtos Šaikos Būstinė.
Driving a Pakrovėjas, a Charger, that's what it says on the side of this GT4. Yep, they are charging something.
Yeah, and they're actually loading. That would actually translate if you want to do it correctly. It doesn't mean charger. Okay. It cannot mean charger, actually. That's a different word.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, how do you charge your phone? What width do you charge your phone? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, you're
No,
from
this
younger
actually-
generation. Okay.
No, that's actually that's the word in the dictionary. This actually means a person who loads stuff like into a car. If you were to load bricks, for example.
I completely
into a
agree
truck,
with you.
that's
Yep,
what
on
it
that.
says on their car. So they didn't look at the dictionary definition, and now they're storage workers. Nothing bad with being a storage worker, but they've got it plastered all over the side of their car that they are loading stuff into it. So maybe that's why they're in fifth, because they've got a ton of bricks loaded into the back of the car.
But
and
maybe that's
once
what they
get
meant.
Those out.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's what
could
they
get-
meant. Maybe they also have the correct words for the meanings as you do. So maybe that's what they meant.
Could be. Maybe they've loaded a load of sandbags into the back of the car. So sandbagging all the way through. But now I think is the time to load those out and get to racing. But no, they should have looked at the dictionary definition first.
Klimanskas
It's,
Racing,
very pedantic.
are they gaining on Lightning locomotives?
Definitely, yes, because we saw them much further back, I remember.
Yeah, but look at the last 4 laps. So on the occasion of 3 laps, they were actually losing to Latvian Lightning locomotives just on the final attempt. Now again on lap 108. That's
Yeah, but
another
I remember
game.
we were
This
watching,
is another game.
We were
Yep.
watching them a long time ago, and I think they were 15 or so seconds behind, maybe even 20. So
Yep, so they made 3
time.
seconds in the course of 2 laps, and now Lightning locomotives just hit the barriers again, and that's going to be more time lost for them. So this is a battle shaping up for P3 in the GT4 class, and both cars on the same strategy at the long stop count. Made only 1 out of 2 long stops for both of them. So this is going to be an on-track battle. That should be an on-track battle, which is playing into perspective of the Klimanskas racing team. Someone gone straight here, avoided the corner. Yeah, by all the means, you try to avoid all the corners if you see a faster car approach you. And yep, that's back on track, on the right course. As we continue on in this race, as the GT4s have completed 111 laps in total, is that correct? Yep, because we have 119 laps completed already, so slowly but surely we are approaching the final stint of this race. There are a lot of teams that are still need to complete those second long stops, those long mandatory pit stops regarding the rule book, and that's where things might change again. We've seen issues with connection problems, with penalty problems while serving those long stops, which still need to be sorted out by race control or the WorldSimSeries staff. So hopefully these will not come back into this race, and we'll see the real battle on the racetrack, though we have a very clear leader here in the overall standings, the Dream to Drive team. They are at least they are 1 lap ahead at least against one team, and they are definitely leading this race by quite a margin. By the way, this is the first time that we see the Aurum 1006 kilometers race on the virtual environment, and not only that, with this event we greet new overlays here on our broadcast. As you could already notice, something new on your screens, how everything looks, what information you get, and how you can look at the results and different statistics. This is the presentation of the new CMRT HUD, complete HUD for broadcasting, that should be released today with this stream on the WorldSimSeries platform. So if you're interested in that, just Google for yourself CMRT overlay for Assetto Corsa, and I'm sure you will find this tool for that. It was developed in association with WorldSimSeries. That's why you see this HUD, this overlay, debuting here in this race. And for further information, yep, just go Google it, and hopefully you will find it also useful for yourself. As the Dream to Drive team continues to lead against Vilnius Tech, who have yet to come into the pit lane. The ones... Oh, Grikivežėjai, drive through from race direction. It's gone from very nice to worse.
That's penalty from race direction. Yes, that is for incident.
Yep.
Not a penalty for crashing someone. So into the pits goes Grikivežėjai. It's a drive through. Oh, Lamborghini stuck. Gets back going.
They are race ready.
It's a drive through penalty. It's not that bad. It could be worse. So drive through taken. And they stay in, P4 overall.
Virtually P2. They are virtually P2, but...
still be P2. I wouldn't see transport engineers getting past them. So,
well, you never know. We don't know what issues the transport engineers had, because we have this slightly wider shuffled grid. And it begins to follow up a little bit harder with the cars, with the teams, with the issues that they are facing when you have no direct comparison. There you go. The Mercedes was greeted to take that long run. This is Muffler Shop Racing. And they understood that there's not enough of room to take that corner for two cars, and they went straight ahead. And this is a nice help for SimStudio Kaunas car, because they didn't have to overtake the Muffler Shop Mercedes also on the circuit. 3 laps behind the Dream to Drive car. Are they 1 lap behind Sean Clark Racing already? How did that happen? Both cars on 1 long pit stop in the GT3 class. So let's head on over to the GT3 class. No, it's 40 seconds difference. Yep, just the lap count is different because, 40 seconds is a little bit more than half of a lap here on the Palanga circuit. Yep, that's Palanga Endurance type of track, which is 2.68 kilometers long, and not the longest circuit in the world, but definitely unique, as Gustas has expressed his way at the start of this broadcast. It's made of public roads, greeted with a couple of chicanes and these nice elevation changing runaways, which on a daily case is used for daily road cars to take exits on different roads. And 1 time per year this part of the roads is used as a racing circuit. Has seen a lot of history, has seen a lot of great races and great drivers. It had actually drivers from Formula 1 like Ian Magnussen racing around this track a couple of years ago in a Mercedes GT3. And
very similar AMG GT3, I think, was the Evo 2 variant, yep. But a very, very similar looking car, that's for sure. But now it's, in this race at least, it's Porsche Cup at the front of the field, which is not something that happens on the real race, but, could happen, but yeah, normally the GT3s are quicker. It's also the amount of preparation, I think, that was put in by that Dream to Drive squad, because if you ignore that car, I can still see Sean Clark Racing finishing second in this race overall. I mean, it's still, let's call it, within the realms of possibility. So they could still finish first if you ignore Dream to Drive. Because they're running third now, I think virtually fourth after Grikivežėjai get their, after Transport Engineers and Sean Clark Racing do their long pits as Transport Engineers into pit lane, and I believe that should be long stop number
Definitely.
2 of this race.
Yep. That's 60 laps of racing on this track, so that's definitely the last pit stop, and that's going to be the long one. And, well, they have edge against Griquevegei team. They can actually finish this race now. The tech engineers with this, well, you could say it's not a late stop. The Griquevegei had one earlier stop. And I think they will fall behind due to the strategy, and actually they might fall behind Sean Clark Racing due to the different strategy here, because, well, they are slightly faster on the racetrack, but they have to make a move on the track to finish in front of Sean Clark Racing, if my calculations are correct. Griquevegei, they will need to make a long stop, and Sean Clark Racing, they just need to make one long stop, so something strange with the strategy for this car here, but at the end it doesn't look too good actually to make it work. Okay, I'm confused now. Yep, they made 2 long stops, so I'm talking a bit of nonsense. The Griquevegei, they will have to make a short stop, so sorry for misjudging that too early. Just look at the statistics. Totally forgot. Yep, they made those 2 long stops, so they only need to stop for a short amount of time, so they are still looking good here. But that's still a slight outseen of strategy. Good news is that it doesn't take too long to drive through the pit lane, make that short stop, change the tires, put in a small amount of fuel. Which
I think they'll be clear anyway, because transport engineers still in the pit lane.
Oh, they are back in P5. Yep, you're totally
they're back
correct.
in P5, so it should be fine. It should be very much fine for Ricochet. Sean Clark Racing now into pit lane, so everybody's making stops. We are waiting for another stop, another long stop from Dream to Drive, and this is now a traffic jam at the end of the pit lane, because cars are waiting to get their long stop time done as Sean Clark Racing resets to their pit box.
Yep, that's how you make a long stop. There is a spot dedicated to make that long stop. If you are doing a driver change, you need to go to a to one spot in the pit lane where you need to stop your car and then make a disconnect, and then the next driver connects to the server with his own account. And, well, that's basically how the driver swap happens on the Assetto Corsa platform, thanks to the content manager, thanks to the custom shaders patch.
So transport engineers just finished. No, that's, I think, thanks to Real Penalty.
Oh, okay, that's Real Penalty.
So transport engineers come out of the pit lane. I think they're further back than I expected them to be.
P6 now.
But are they a lap down from Griquevegei?
Let's try to look at it in
Maybe
class.
Until they...
Yep, they are a lap down.
Are they a lap down interval-wise?
Yep, they are a lap down behind Griquevegei, so something went not completely right here for Vilnius Tech
Actually,
Engineers.
they'd be about a lap and a half down, because look at where Griquevegei are. They're coming out of...
They just
I confused the cars. No, I've confused. But still, it's about a lap and a bit, so... even with the issues for Griquevegei, they've definitely gained time, so running quick, I think that could be one of the reasons they've gained so much time. But transport engineers, they've got RG Racing behind. However, has RG Racing... they've not completed their second long stop. The only cars... actually, that's the only car left to complete a second long stop. Dream to Drive and RG Racing Team are the only 2 cars in GT Open to still complete a long stop. Only cars that are running out of track. That's an important fact. So, actually, transport engineers are in a beautiful position to take P3. in class, they've got a chance at P3 overall. SimStudio Kaunas now take over the lead in GT3 as Sean Clark Racing have just completed their second and final long stop of this race. SimStudio Kaunas still owe us one more long stop.
And Sean Clark Racing are right behind.
Yep, but a lap down.
Yep.
Or 2 laps down.
A couple of laps.
I think they should be 2 laps down.
It is a couple of laps down because a long pit stop takes roughly 2.5 laps, and they were a little bit more than a half lap ahead of SimStudio Kaunas, so they ended up right there where they needed to end, at least by the looks of it. So things seem to go by plan for Sean Clark Racing, and actually they end up behind Transport Engineers, which means the Transport Engineers should finish this race in P3 overall. And Sean Clark Racing are looking at P4 in the overall standings finish here. Of course, P1 in the GT3 class. As they are stuck straight away in traffic.
Yep, not a surprise. They'll be getting stuck in traffic all the way through to the end of the race.
Sim Academy car.
Oh! Sim Academy into a big spin. One of the AMGs there smartly decided to get out, and that is the Loaders team.
Yep.
I mean, that's what it says on the side of the car.
And they are currently second. What's happening in the GT4 class? Of course, this is the pit stops that are taking place, the long stops. A lot of them have taken them, and this Rimtos Šaikos Būstinė car, they are yet to take that long stop, that second mandatory long stop. That's why they are up into P2 in the GT4 class. Yep, the Loaders, they are doing nice job here so far. Of course, that's going to change when they will head into the pit lane to make that long stop count, which will take 3 minutes of their lifetime here in this racetrack. While everybody's gonna race around the track, they will be stopped in the pit lane. And Sim Academy, they are rushing away from this purple car, pink car. And is that over the limit in the background? They are now P3. Looks, things have changed in the GT4 class. Yep, because Silver Motorsport and Rimtos Šaikos Būstinė, they have to make those long stops, while over the limit they are off and ready to go.
Race ready drive through penalty for them. They've been in the wall definitely a lot today, many times. Actually, so all of these cars pushing their final pit stops to a very late point in the race. That will mean a faster final stint for them, but it does mean a slower middle stint or a first stint, depending on which one you extended. So remember what if you go back about an hour and a half or maybe even 2 hours back, have a look at what happened with the SimStudio Kaunas car, which actually went long, very long in the first stint compared to what Sean Clark Racing did. Now they're going long again, well, because they went very long on the first one, so they're going long now. They'll go pretty long, and they'll be able, I think, to think of either a very low fuel medium tire super big push or a very low fuel soft tire super big push. I don't know if the soft will work. Maybe not. Maybe it's too soft and will just heat up way too quickly because of the increased tire wear. But they'll have a tire that they can push all out. Can they catch Sean Clark Racing? I don't know. But I'm sure they'll give it a big try.
Well, on the last lap they were slower, even though they're in front. And look, Sean Clark Racing, they are gaining. They are definitely gaining.
The new set of tires, they've got Jan Nims now installed back into the car. They are quicker, but I think SimStudio Kaunas, I would say strategically, they're probably in a little bit of a better spot. If it was the same driver in both cars, I'd be betting on the Sim Studio car. Now, my bet is still on Sean Clark Racing, but I hope they can maybe find something in that final stint of the race. Lap 135 of 186. And so how long have we got to go?
50 laps? So
50
roughly
laps,
1 hour. Approximately
just
1 hour.
roughly 1 hour to go in this one. Dream to Drive still lead. They haven't given up the lead since I think we were on lap 70 or 80 when Sim Studio Diakonis took their pit stop, and that's when Dream to Drive. And now they go into the pits, so I think they would go a bit longer. So they'll definitely go on to the mediums, but a little bit of a fresher set compared to Sean Clark Racing, but I don't think it's going to be that big of an advantage. So Sean Clark Racing just need to get to the end. Now, for Sean Clark Racing, I would say they want an overall podium. Now, if they want to do that, what is their gap? Let's check. I'll check on the WorldSimSeries website, where you can see live timing for... And that is the Transport Engineer's car right ahead of them.
Yep, and they have overtaken them.
Have they overtaken
I don't know. It looked like...
because Sean... Sure. Not so sure. I think... So who's caught up with who? Right.
But there's definitely one lap in between. There's definitely one lap in between them, so maybe...
Yep, actually Transport Engineers did get past. I'm just looking at a replay, and it's not a replay. I'm rewinding the live stream just for everybody watching. They were ahead when Sim Studio Diakonis went in. Transport Engineers were right behind Jan Nims. So actually, this has turned out maybe different than I expected, because I was gonna say, oh, maybe Sean Clark Racing can get on the overall podium. The car ahead that just passed them is the overall podium.
Yep, this is the comparison of the previous last laps of both of the cars. You can see 1.3 seconds was gained by Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech on the last lap, and well, the Porsche is definitely a faster car here in this event. On this virtual event, looks like the Porsche fits the track, the virtual track, a bit better. I'm not sure that's due to some specifications. The GT3 cars used in this event is still from the original Assetto Corsa content, so assuming on older generation tires, while the GT Open class, the 992 Cups and the Lamborghini Super Trofeos Evo 2 cars, I believe, or Evo cars, they have newer tire compound, and well, they are newer overall, so that's why we see a difference here between the Open and the GT3 class, which you wouldn't see on the real racetrack happening. The 992.
Everybody running in the real race, a controlled tire.
Yep.
So same spec of tire, the Hankooks, and.
Yep, and the 992s, they don't enjoy the Hankooks so much. They are definitely really hard to handle, and the tires wear out pretty fast on the real 992s. The Hankooks...
Oh, wow, that was... wow. So that Lamborghini just went off and rejoined, but they rejoined at Mach 5, I think. They were coming out of that hairpin and just about got through. Sim Studio Diakonis have completed their final long stop. They actually come out behind RG Racing Team, but RG have not done their final long stop. So out of the top 10 overall, we have Muffler Shop Racing and RG Racing Team without the 2 long stops. And if we look at GT4, it's only the leader, P1. They have not done their 2 long stops. Everybody else has. And interestingly, in GT4, we don't have a single car that's retired from the race. Everybody's still running.
Yep, these are life-saving cars. They enjoy the contacts with the barriers by the looks of it, because almost all the GT4 cars have the hoods open, have some scars, but still continue on
extra
this
ventilation.
race.
It's warm.
Yep, it is for the Rimtos Shaikos team.
And if you remember, we saw on the formation lap the Porsche Cup car, the Dream to Drive car, opening their doors.
Yeah.
Now we can see the GT4s opening their hoods. The less your hood is open, I guess the faster you can go, because you've had less damage throughout the race. So you can kind of notice who's been a bit more naughty with the barriers, or some of them were just taken out. So GT4 have, let's just have a look. So in terms of laps completed, 11 laps down from the lead.
Oh, look, and there's a lot of GT4s in one line. And by the way, what I want to say, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but look at the best lap times of the GT4s. All cars fall within half a second of each other. This is a very nice paced field. And that's why we see this really interesting battles on the racetrack. So, sorry for interrupting you, but hopefully you didn't lose your mind.
Anything. I wasn't saying anything.
Okay.
So it was I was just saying that GT4s are 11 laps down from the lead, which means absolutely nothing. That's what most of the broadcast of us talking is. It means absolutely nothing when we say, but here we go. Just trying to entertain. Into the pits. So final long stop of GT4s. It's Rimtos Shaikos Busnia, and Over the Limit Racing will take over the race lead, and they look pretty good to take this one to the flag. Over the Limit Racing take over the race lead. It's well, actually, because I can't see how many laps the leader has done, it's 140, so 46 to go.
This is a battle for position.
Palanga.
This is a battle
really?
for position in the GT4 class, I believe. Is it? I'm not sure. The time is playing games.
Actually, because the Latvian Lightning team is really defending.
Yep, it is. It is.
It is. It is a battle for position, and then you've got a lap down Sim Academy car, and then you've got the race leader who's about to put a lap on all of them. Another lap on the Sim Academy car, and the first lap on Klimanskas Racing and Latvian Lightning. So this is a high pressure situation.
Outbraking
and if
himself.
You want more pressure? That is that was the GT3 Cup car. The Grikuvej in second place, going to the inside, and well, Klimanskas Racing by Beaver Grease decided to back out of that one. He was late on the brakes and just didn't want to run into anyone. And also saw, I think, the Cup car approaching him. I just thought, I don't want to be there.
No, I thought Latvians were... I thought that the Latvians went into the pit lane, but that was actually the Rimtos Shaikos Busnia team falling down the order, and that confused me, the pit sign.
I think everybody still as they were. They're supposed to be.
Yep. What about Sim Academy? I think they will still make it to overtake the Rimtos Shaikos Busnia team that are still in the pit lane, to my calculations. Let's take a quick look. No, they are 3 minutes already in the pit lane. They should be heading out, so they will remain in P5. And wow, so
they actually lost about 10 seconds. Rimtos Shaikos Busnia gave away about 10 seconds because they were into the pit. They were in the pit for 3 minutes 10.
Something like that, but they still...
they gave away time.
They are still in front of Sim Academy car, which was in the lead for a very short time in this race. So something happened here to this car. It's really difficult to tell what. But look at the battle for P2 in the GT4 class, and the cars are on a very similar pace. So that's Klimanskas, Lightning, Locomotives, and Silver Motorsports. They are within 20 seconds from each other with 54 laps to go. No, it's less. It's less. Yep, it's less. Correct. Because it's the lap count of the GT4s. We are actually on 143, so 43 laps to go.
44. Because it's
Oh,
we're
45.
on lap 143, so 44 to go.
Yep.
Now we're on lap 144, so 43 to go now. Because
For the faster cars. That's for the faster cars.
Well, for everybody. Because these, actually, for them, it's going to be less.
It's going to be less for them,
40,
yep. That's what I wanted to express. Ooh.
Yeah, why? That's the IRT car. It's been anonymous, really. I remember it in the beginning involved in a crash, but after that, that car's been pretty anonymous, and it's 14th overall.
Look at the gap. Where did that come from? 3 laps in the lead for
because they haven't made their final.
Oh, yep.
Hey, there's a traffic jam.
JD Auto House lost the gearing or something. They stuck on the exit of the hairpin.
No, I think they just got stuck. Silver Motorsport get a Silver Motorsport. That is P2 in GT4. They get a drive-through penalty for too many incidents. This is actually going to flip this race on its head. They were only 3 seconds ahead. They're down to P4. This is going to elevate a Latvian Lightning Locomotive and Klimanskas Racing by Beaver Grease into the top 3 because Silver Motorsport get a drive-through penalty. That's going to be 4 incidents.
That's going to take them roughly 20 seconds.
It's going to drop them behind.
10 seconds behind Klimanskas. It should be. Maybe even less. Look
less?
how...
Oh, wow. That's a very... Oh, right. It's an 80 km/h pit lane. Is he going to lose the position to Klimanskas?
Nope. He stays ahead. So
wow.
The drive-through takes only 5 seconds. Wow. You lose only 5 seconds. Yeah, the Klimanskas was 9 seconds behind. He's now 3.5 seconds behind.
No, he was 9 seconds behind the Latvian.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yep. So they lost about 10 only.
Yeah, so less than 10 actually, less than 10.
Yep, about 8-9 seconds.
It is a 80 kilometers limit in the pit lane. Wow, we have 40 kilometers per hour limit in pit lane for the real track, so that's definitely a hint.
And still some drivers manage to hit pit lane personnel. So imagine if it was 80.
Oh yeah, that would end up much worse. But
I wouldn't want to be the lollipop guy then. Never, ever. You're in the line of fire at 80. I don't remember. Where even do you have it? I think it's only Formula 1 where you have an 80 km/h speed limit in the pit lane.
Yeah, and I think it depends on the size of the pit lane, on the width of the pit lane, and on the length of the pit lane.
Because FI WEC, ELMS, GT World Challenge, I think all of them are at 60. I don't believe I've ever seen a pit lane at 80 outside of F1, but that's what it is in Assetto Corsa. And I think Latvian Lightning actually not Latvian Lightning, Silver Motorsport are really thankful for that. that it's only that kind of speed in the pit lane.
And they are actually still in the battle. Oh, that's Silver Motorsports.
Yeah, but that's Silver Motorsport. Who was in the air? Which car was in the air? Silver Motorsports hit them, but
Sim Academy drive-through from Sim Academy received drive-through. So was it Sim Academy? I didn't see that actually. I've been looking at Silver Motorsport.
That was the IRT car. IRT car was vertical in the chicane.
Dream to Drive are in the pit lane. This car was in the air, the GT3 car. They don't look too bad.
Yes, they were in the air. I've gone back.
And they don't seem to have a scratch on the car. It's brand new here. Shining like it's just out of factory. Maybe a little bit of a scratch on the right side of the front end. Hard to tell. No, it looks brand new to me.
Maybe but it actually didn't look too damaged when it was vertical in the chicane. But too bad we can't get a replay of it. Actually, I might be able to do something here. So give me a sec, please fill the air. I have an idea.
Okay, Gustas Grimbergas is off and chasing for that phenomenal shot, what he has witnessed while looking at the broadcast and then rewinding it back slightly. And, well, let's wait and see what idea Gustas Grimbergas has evolved here as we look at the Griquevežėjai team that are currently P2 and trying to chase down to the Dream to Drive car, which is currently in the pit lane. That's not going to happen, but they will take away a couple of laps of the lead from the Dream to Drive car that it had. And the late stop of the Dream to Drive car means they will re-enter the track lighter on fuel. It's only 40 laps till the end of this race, so they don't even need a full amount of fuel tank, while the Griquevežėjai car, they were in the pit lane quite a long time ago, and I think there might be a possibility of seeing them entering the pit lane again as Dream to Drive car heads back out onto the track. And I think this is the real gap now. It's both cars are still on the same lap. Griquevežėjai, they are on the bridge, just completed that uphill corner, well, up bridge corner, as the Dream to Drive team are on the second backstretch, where the real fuel station is. By the way, the next big difference between the real race, between the real track and the virtual track, is how the teams refuel their cars. On Assetto platform, on Assetto Corsa platform, you simply head straight into your pit lane and you get refueled and hold your breaths. It takes only 20 seconds to fill up 100 liters of fuel into those virtual fuel tanks, while on the real track, let's ride on board with the Griquevežėjai car. It's on the right side. You even don't see the, well, here you see the fuel station. This is the real fuel station, and on the real racetrack, the cars are being refueled on that fuel station. There are only 4 fuel pumps, so no matter how many cars there are on the circuit, the team strategists, they always have to plan wisely their fuel stops, because, well, if 4 cars are in the fuel station, you have to wait out for your turn, and it takes roughly 3 minutes to fill up 100 liters fuel tank. There's your statistics, and this is the biggest difference between this virtual event and the real event. So here Gustas is back, so... Or was he? Oh, there's a car spinning in the background. That's the GT4. Everything ended nicely. I think I heard Gustas, but maybe that's my imagination playing games with me. But having the Dream to Drive, having completed the last pit stop, I think they answered the question, the final question, if whether we will have a battle towards the end of this race for the overall lead or no. I think no. Look how scratched the car is from the Griquevežėjai team. You can barely see the face on the left side of the car. It's definitely scratched, and the face is barely recognizable. But that's what the track takes from the drivers and from the cars. If you want to go fast, you take risks, and there is basically no space for bigger risk. Whether it's the barriers, whether it's the tires made from concrete, which are standing like hulks on the tarmac. If you hit them, there's a Porsche.
Traffic jam, and I don't think that's...
Again, stuck. It's again. That's the same car. Look, JD Auto House. Well, this is the second time we have caught them doing this. Are they?
And you could say it on the real track. You could say, oh, they're having a gearbox issue. They're not having a gearbox issue in the sim. So the only real Well, there's two explanations. One is they really enjoy the sights of the track and they want to go sightseeing and stop, maybe take a nice picture. The other is they're maybe stopping to let other cars through, but they're drifting around the track. Yeah, interesting choices that this car is making. We're on lap 150, so 37 to go in this one. It's flown by, really. Quite a lot of action, some dull moments in the race, but that's what happens. That's why we can speak about looking at the stars when cars stop on the side of the track. And yeah, Dream to Drive continue to dominate this race. However, on the same lap as Disqualifications, who've done a really, really impressive job. Okay, so this Cayman has now decided to drift more than drive around. Maybe that's why they were stopped. They were looking for the traction control toggle. So, jumping a little bit over the curbs. That car's damaged, somewhat damaged. And Disqualifications is still the only other car on the lead lap, except for Dream to Drive, who are the race leaders. Would be strange if they weren't on the lead lap. And then a lap down is the transport engineers. A lap down from Disqualifications and 2 laps down from the overall race lead. But still a very impressive performance because they're a lap ahead and continuing to extend that gap a little bit, not too much, ahead of Sean Clark Racing. International racing team on your screens.
Yep, because I am back here with what Gustas Grimbergas has brought to us. So hold your breaths. This is gonna be a still image, but this is what Gustas Grimbergas was talking about. I hope you're ready, but here we go. Yep.
No, I'm not seeing it, but I know the image that I sent you. The car was vertical.
It is.
It was vertical, and it was stationary vertical, as in it wasn't moving, it wasn't going up more, it wasn't going down, it was vertical in the chicane. So you think you've seen crazy things around this track? That's nothing. We've seen a car disqualified twice from the race for, well, pretty much no reason. Now we've seen a car floating above the chicane. He was really looking at that apex. But the apex
from a very strange angle. Yeah, from a very strange angle.
And right back at him.
And funny thing is, he was scratchless afterwards. We've seen the car after that incident.
He was in the air. He didn't touch any. He wasn't touching anything. He was flying in the air. What damage do you want to get? It was like an airplane, AMG airplane. You know, there's a Honda jet. So Honda make an airplane. There's a Honda jet.
A Mercedes jet. Yep, AMG
jet. But that's more a helicopter because it's like really vertical.
Yeah, but guys need to take lessons how one should attack an apex around the chicane to have a scratchless car and still stay in position. I wonder if that was his fastest lap time. Could it have been a fastest lap time for that car? Of course, I'm kidding. Yeah, it couldn't have been, but still, a very nice approach of taking an apex.
The track is unique, so sometimes you have to make unorthodox decisions, and that car took the most unorthodox decision on how to take the chicane out of all of them. We've seen many tries. We've seen cars flying over those sausage curbs. We've seen cars touching the sausage curbs.
Oh, another breakdance. Yep.
He tried to do the same as the AMG, but it didn't work. Good that they had the back to pit box mapped, because
I think
they saw the AMG replay and they said we can do better, but
I think they did better. I don't know if it was better, but it was a close approach. So this becomes a competition towards the end of this race. The virtual.
Is there a special prize for this?
Oh, another car jumping, staying on the race. Look at the GT4. It's totaled. It's damaged. The windows are shattered. The hood is open, and it still continues to stay on the racetrack. Only 9 seconds behind the Latvian Lightning locomotives. Yeah, forgot the last word of the team. Wow, those names, sometimes they're long.
the Cat and various
Oh,
rodent
Silver
teams.
Motorsport into the pit lane. That means Klimanskas Racing Team by Beaver Grease. They will promote themselves into P3 now. And what's with the late pit stop for the Silver Motorsport? It was a drive-through. It was a drive-through again, and they stay still ahead of Klimanskas. They were 10 seconds ahead before taking the drive-through, and they stay still ahead. But this is now a on-track battle between two damaged GT4 cars. And let's see who comes out on top.
Yep, and now Klimanskas Racing in front. No, behind, still behind. I thought they were in front.
He's behind.
Yeah, because
it's a
I
short
heard drive-through.
It was a drive-through.
I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna be right, but yeah, well,
It was a
I thought
drive-through.
He was gonna be right
Klimanskas
behind.
again.
He almost drove through the back of him as well, so it could have been two drive-throughs. One drive-through through the pits and one drive-through through the back of a Porsche Cayman. I heard drive-through and I thought, okay, he's gonna lose the position, but because of how short the drive-through is, it isn't a loss of position, and Klimanskas making a mistake and losing some time. So, Silver Motorsport hold on to P3 after two drive-through penalties already.
Well, two that we've seen. That's two that we've seen, but how many times were they in the pit lane?
And actually,
4
have a
times.
look on WorldSimSeries.
4 times in the pit lane.
Yep, because they've had only two drive-through penalties. One was for
it was two.
One was for
barriers.
One was for the barriers. The other one that they just served right now was for cutting the track.
Okay, so going straight through the chicanes for a couple of times, for more than a couple of times.
Yep, so collecting both possible penalties for both possible automatic penalties. And still looking at how these results are shaping up. Laps completed 156 by the overall race leader already. And looking further down, Sean Clark Racing still lead GT3 ahead of SimStudio Kaunas, who are on the same lap, I believe, with Shizuoka GT Corsa. That gap has gone down. It's only 20 seconds.
Yep, it's 30 now, maybe?
No, I think it's just fluctuating. Just waiting for the other car to cross the line.
Yep, now they are crossing it. We can compare the last 4 laps of these cars, and it was one lap, 151, where SimStudio Kaunas gained 3 seconds. Otherwise, they are on a very similar pace, but it looks like SimStudio Kaunas is doing a better job here. Slightly slower on the last lap, but not too dramatic. Still, the gap is now down to 19 seconds. So maybe Shizuoka or GT Corsa, they have better pace here towards the end of this race. 30 laps to go, 19 seconds. Still seem like quite a big margin, but anything can go wrong here on this track. So
19, it's definitely more.
30 laps. I said 30 laps for 19 seconds.
You said 90. Oh.
No, 30 laps for 19 seconds. It's a little bit more than 30 laps, but...
No, it's less, because this is GT3, and...
oh, yeah, okay.
GT3 is not the race leader. It's 157 completed by the leader, so 29 to go. It could be 28 if the race leader gets past them again.
1 second per lap.
Actually, the race leader is just about to cross the line right in the background there. So 158 completed by Dream to Drive. That gives us a remaining race of 28 laps.
Wow, so the domination
just a little more than half an hour.
The domination of the Dream to Drive car, well, we could expect them to be fast, but to have no rivalry here, well, I was not expecting actually. I still thought we will have at least some sort of a battle for the overall win here, but well, the guys came here and showed us and showed everyone that, well, you have to take good preparation for races like these if you want to be fast and safe. You need to be very precise and very well prepared. By the way, maybe they have a better setup because the GT Open and the GT3 cars are on open setups, meaning that the teams can set up the cars the way they like, and the GT4 cars, they are basically on a fixed setup with only a couple of options left open for the teams to change, but they are not the bigger ones, like they are not affecting the lap times too much. So the GT4 cars are pure skills of the drivers, the GT3 and the GT Open cars are skills and the ability to set up the car. So it looks like Dream to Drive nailed everything here this afternoon, and yet they have to finish this race. One can feel very safe about this team, especially when Grantas Kareckas is behind the wheel. You wouldn't expect mistakes from the driver who has won the Dream to Drive championship last year and who became a real driver from a sim driver. And guess what? Grantas Kareckas shows beautiful, phenomenal performance in the real cars, and to no one's surprise, it's not the first time we see... Wow, and look, he sets the fastest lap time of the race on lap 160. It's because they took that final stop so late. They have a lighter car and they can enjoy the track for themselves. Less traffic, more clear space. And that's what Grantas Kareckas is enjoying here right now, just showing that he's and the team they are the strongest car here on this field, not only by being cautious but also by being very, very fast. So Grantas Kareckas, maybe we will see him on the real Palanga circuit one day, driving maybe this Porsche 992 car, because Dream to Drive, the Dream to Drive team has a couple of Porsches like this. Always the issue with funding for the sim racers, but the Dream to Drive car, the Dream to Drive team, they always have answers, they always have ideas, and they know how to bring them to life. So who knows, maybe we will be able to witness Grantas Kareckas driving around the circuit, maybe not particularly Palanga circuit, but driving him in a Porsche car. He had his chance in a BMW 325 Cup car, where he was fast right from the start. At the beginning of this year, on the opening round, I remember Grantas Kareckas setting almost the fastest lap times during the practice sessions. So he's proving that sim racing definitely gives you the correct skills to drive then later on the real tracks, and he's looking at a very nice finish here this afternoon while leading the pack. Look at the fastest lap times, 1 minute 5.0 versus 1 minute 5.4, which is actually also not too bad. Vershitskas is the driver. I'm not sure if this is a single-man team. Gustas would know the answer.
It's a two-man team. It is a two-man team.
Yeah.
Vershitskas and Minotas behind the wheel of that car. They actually have
also young drivers.
Yep, I've had info that they did have that early stop, that early long stop that they did, which was quite unexpected, was actually because the car was extremely damaged. So that's why pit early, but yep, running comfortably, 2 laps ahead of the transport engineers behind them. So good run so far, and just need to get it to the end. So what other battles do we still have? I guess the WorldSimSeries one, still there. else? Not sure. Not sure we have any other real and Shizuo, of course, brought the gap down to 14 seconds. That's for second place in GT3. 5th place overall. But laps ticking down. 4 laps tick down. And
I mean, more than 1 second per lap. Look, lap 157, 1.7 seconds. Lap 158, 1.2 seconds. Gap is 14 seconds. You need 14 laps at that pace, and you will all over the back. And there will still be a couple of laps remaining in this race. So that's their mission now. I'm pretty sure about that. They are pushing to the maximum, trying to create pressure for the SimStudio Kaunas team, who were second for the most part of this race in the GT3 class. But that might change here. Actually, not with this lap. SimStudio Kaunas
again, it's one thing to catch up.
And that is to overtake, but you know, keeping that pressure.
Yeah, keep the pressure on, but once you catch up, you still have to overtake. And around a place like this, really, I mean, even if somebody's putting pressure on you, you can kind of just drive around and defend a little bit. And the only way you're going to lose the position is if you really mess up in traffic. By the way, right behind this car is your overall race leader. And he's going to lap them. Now, they don't have to jump out of the way. They did let them through.
Yeah, why do you need to battle the leaders and lose time, not only for yourself, but for the leaders? This is the wise thing to do, you know. Just let them through and keep going. Chase down SimStudio Kaunas car. Let's take a look at the last lap. This is the information. Last lap sectors. Again, SimStudio Kaunas. 7 tenths slower, 5 tenths lost in the first sector, 2 tenths lost in the second sector. The fight is on, definitely. Small mistake can change it drastically.
I wonder why they started losing so much time, because...
Driver? I mean, different driver, maybe cheering one rig, but changing drivers. We've seen only... one driver name here, but you have the ability to share one simulator with your colleagues and maybe one of slower drivers. I don't know, yeah, just an assumption. Maybe tire saving. I don't remember when did SimStudio Kaunas pit. Maybe the tire
they pitted quite late.
Oh yeah, you're correct.
So far, I think pitted maybe even later could be the case. In GT4, it's 10 seconds from Klimanskas to Stettin.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have the real tire age information. That would be the best. And look, for some cars it's working. We have Fun Sim Racing 19.
Oh! Somebody.
Yep. This is the Pokrovei. Yep, the Chargers. Yep. From the GT4.
But they've lost quite a bit of time. Actually, they're in a battle with Sim Academy. 8 seconds the gap there.
Oh, Klimanskas, by the way, up into P3 in the GT4 class.
Yeah, we missed that, but he's about 10 seconds back from P2. I don't think he's going to catch up. I think that gap is just a little bit too big for now.
Oh, and clipping the barriers can cost you a drive-through penalty, which is only 10 seconds long. So not too bad, but that would lose him the 3rd place. And, well, he could actually lose the 3rd place by himself. Look, the last 4 laps... Oh, that the information recently changed. That's interesting, but...
So which hood is more open?
Yeah, which...
I think...
You can see the legs of the driver.
Must be unsafe.
GT Open.
That's the GT Open Porsche. Both of them clipping the curb the exact same way. So this is what happens sometimes when you're following somebody in super close behind. you kind of get lulled into driving the exact same line, braking at the exact same point. It then becomes difficult to overtake. Not only that, if the driver ahead makes a mistake, you make a mistake behind. So both of them clipping the curb the exact same way. Klimanska's gained on that chicane quite a lot.
Yeah, Silver Motorsport made a mistake.
They went in quite slow, and Klimanskas can breathe just a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. 1.2, the gap now between third and fourth. And this is for a class podium.
9 seconds. 9 seconds? Is it 8 seconds? Yep, trying to figure out the interval. Yep, so it's 8 seconds, I believe. So Shizuko are doing a nice job here. 8/10 again on the previous lap. And, well, 161st lap was the most that Shizuko gained. But they are still gaining bit by bit with every lap on Sim Studia Kaunas, and that's gonna get tight.
Yep, it's gonna get tighter and tighter as the gap goes down. Drive through for cutting, and that's International Racing Team. Well, they were flying above the chicanes. Maybe they flew a little bit too much, and this time they got a penalty for cutting. So drive-through penalty, but as we've seen, that costs you very, very little, and they're not in a fight for any position. Car behind them is 2 laps down, and they're a lap down behind For Fun Sim Racing. That's the Audi that was actually running in the top 5 in the GT3, so dropped down somewhere throughout the race. As that is the Latvian Locomotive team in front of them. The gap keeps coming down. I saw Manskas really go over those curbs, but survived, I believe. Actually, Shizuko getting stuck here.
Yep, that's costing them time, and quite a lot of time, I would say.
But it's very strange. They were coming out of the hairpin right behind the GT4. How have they lost so much time? Now they're going to get the move done, but still, look at that. It's not as easy as maybe it should be.
Oh, and that's definitely quite a lot of time lost here. Some Studia Kaunas on the main straight, being overtaken by the race leaders. Let's take a quick comparison of the previous lap. So a little bit more than 1 second was lost for Shizuko Racing, and as the time goes out, race ready, 30 seconds from race direction, stop and go penalty. They keep coming here towards the end of this race.
That's for hitting the barriers. RG Racing Team, they're actually 4th in GT Open with the amount of issues that actually GT Open has been the class with the highest level of attrition. They're the cars that have dropped out the most, and it's not technical failure. Well, one car was a, let's call it technical failure with the double DSQ, but the other cars having issues and dropping out of the race due to incidents. So I'd say maybe GT Open, even if a little bit quicker, might just be a little bit more difficult to handle, because the front-running GT3s, I'd say, they've been involved in less. That's Sean Clark Racing, a leader in GT3, but
they overtook some Studio.
The 4th. Yep. Oh, that's some Studio. Okay.
Yep.
They overtook. So they lapped them.
Yes. That's what happened here. I don't know. It's not again. They just lapped them. Sim Studio, they were 40 or 50 seconds behind Sean Clark Racing after the pit stops. So now they lost 1 full lap.
R6 had a penalty for actually taking out 2 cars into one of the braking zones. So that was race ready.
Wow.
I thought it was just a penalty from the system, but maybe not, because that's what we're getting from the stewards. stop and go 30 seconds. Yep, it makes sense it's not a drive-through because the drive-through doesn't cost you much around this place. Stop and go 30 seconds, costs you a little bit more. Right, we're on lap 173.
That's almost 3 seconds gained now, so the gap should be roughly 7 seconds between SimStudia and Shizuoka GT Course. Still
5 seconds. 5 seconds as they cross the line. And the laps tick down, but the gap is ticking down quicker than the laps are ticking down. This is problematic for SimStudia Kaunas as the Lambos. Oh, it's the Citrus, the two Citrus cars.
Two friends from different leagues.
Yep, different classes, but they keep getting involved into incidents together down at that first chicane. To the inside goes one of those Lamborghinis to get the position and slots in right in front. That's the silver motorsport car that's battling for position against the Klevanskas Racing by Beaver Grease that's just in front. And that Lamborghini slotted in right in front of the silver motorsport car. They were super tight and almost hit the Lamborghini from behind. Those GT4s probably actually even quicker through the chicanes than the GT Open cars. At least close to it, just because that car is so much smaller. Here's Shizuoka once again, gap down to under 5 seconds now. As the laps tick down, the leader, once he crosses the line next time, will have just 12 laps to go until the checkered flag. So laps ticking down. The leader is just waiting for that checkered flag and not going slower as well. 1 minute 5.2. The fastest race lap they've done is a 1 minute 5.0. So it's not like they're dropping pace. They're still going flat out at the front of the field. And fastest lap of the race now. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.9. So Dream to Drive, not slowing down at all. I was expecting them to start driving a little bit more calm.
So laps ticking out. I don't see Shizuoka overtaking SimStudia Kaunas, even though they are putting very nice pressure on them. But it's a little bit too less of laps on the table here. It's only 11 laps, well 10 laps in total. We're on lap 165, so 10 full laps and a bit here for the drivers. 4 seconds are not that much. But it's gonna be a difficult job for Shizuoka to overtake SimStudia Kaunas, well, who are slightly slower, but they seem to be very consistent. Though they have a little bit of a damage on front of the car, maybe that's what's causing them to go a little bit slower here.
Yeah, because they definitely were quicker throughout the, well, I'd say 140 laps of this race, and now it's kind of all reversed. But this time, have they gained time? No, that's just timing going crazy. Actually, they only lost 10th throughout the lap. So
yep,
yeah, pretty much just a 10th. So if they keep losing just a 10th, that's fine. That's good. If they're losing a second a lap, no good. So it all depends how this pans out. Just 10 laps to go once the leader crosses the line, and the leader will do so shortly. So these guys, once they cross the line, they'll get the 10 to go signal from their race engineers if they have them, or their teammates if they have them. Some of them running this race alone. And it's doable. It's a doable race alone. It will be just under 4 hours. About 3.5 the length of this race. So if we were doing the full 1006, we'd be at about 7 hours, and I think we'd break it's not the distance record, it's the time record. break the distance record. Would be difficult to do.
Well, we've seen cars taking apexes at strange angles. We can break the distance record also. You can hope to break
Actually,
the distance record.
the distance of the race has changed throughout the years. It's changed depending on the sponsor. There's been a 1,000-kilometer race. There's been 1,003, and there's been 1,006. Has there been 1,008?
Nope.
No, 1,008 hasn't been there. No.
Or good question, but I think it was not. Yep, it was 1,000. It was 1,003, and
Yep,
it was 1,006.
I don't know why I thought there was 1,008, but no, maybe there wasn't.
Maybe. And looks like Shizuko lost a bit here on this lap. Shows that they are equal on lap times. And
No, there was never 1,008, but there was 1,003, and 1,006 has been there since 2016. This race has been a 1,006-kilometer race. From 2003 to 2008, it was a 1,003-kilometer race. And from 2000 to 2002, it was 1,000, and from 2009 to 2015, we've had a 1,000-kilometer race as well. So the distance has fluctuated by about, well, it's fluctuated by 6 kilometers in total, and that was with the old version of the track. That would have been from 1,000 to 1,006. It would have only been a difference of 2 laps. And 1 lap for 1,000 to 1,003. The track has shrunk a little bit because that run on to the bridge was actually longer, and you had a very sharp hairpin at the end of that road, where now the escape road is, that we've seen a couple of cars take. And that has shortened the track a little bit, and that's why the lap count has risen, because it was a 334 lap race, I believe, in earlier years, and 333 would have been for a 1,000 Ks, something like that. But the track has evolved, and this is the latest version that will be run in a week's time. So here's this battle. Now the car behind is not the car that's battling, and they've stabilized the gap finally. And with 7 to go, I'm not saying they can breathe, but they're at least not being hounded by a second a lap.
Yep. By the way, Klemanskas lost that 3rd place in the GT4 class. Yep, he's now behind Silver Motorsports. So before the very end of this race, losing the 3rd step of the podium, and battling and cutting the chicane and risking to receive a penalty. I think he was still kind of hoping to battle with Silver Motorsports, but
Silver Motorsport has picked up the pace. Look, they're only 5 seconds behind Latvian Lightning.
That's a good catch. Yep, we can try and look at the comparison.
Really picked up the pace. Look at that, 1.4, 0.7. Because it was a 10-second gap, and it stayed a 10-second gap between Latvian Lightning and Klemanskas Racing, so it's actually Silver Motorsport. It's not
but actually they are losing. Look, the last lap they lost 1 second. But looking at the 4 last lap stats, so Latvians were faster on the lap 164, and on the previous lap 167. Silver Motorsports were slightly faster on 165 and 166.
Oh, right. So, but still, I mean, because it was a gap of 10 seconds between Latvian Lightning to Klemanskas. So somehow Klemanskas and Latvian Lightning have stayed at the same gap, while Silver Motorsport have overtaken Klemanskas and brought the gap down by 5 seconds. So maybe mistakes from those 2 cars and not the Silver Motorsport? Could be. Right, this gap is now down to 3 seconds, but we're 6 to go, and it will be 5 to go once the leader crosses the line, as he's coming into the final chicane now. and that is Gricoget in second place, getting past the Shizuoka GT Corsa car. So that slows them down a little bit. So the opponents love that, but that car will approach. Maybe they'll approach them by the end because that car's running quick. Klemanskas by Beaver Grease, and that is a drive-through penalty. And that is the battle for P3 done and dusted.
Too many risks taken, and that's the price for it.
Klemanskas has actually gotten back ahead of Silver Motorsports.
How we keep losing this?
It's really... These cars keep
yep, you're right.
They've swapped positions once again, so maybe a mistake somewhere by Silver Motorsports. And the bad thing for Klemanskas is he's just got a drive-through penalty, so contact somewhere with a wall, because it is a server penalty, so contacts with the walls or other cars or other objects around the track, and he's going to have to serve that drive-through penalty. It's a small loss, but it's a big loss when the car behind you is just 9/10 behind. So it's another position switch. Klemanskas into the pits for that drive-through penalty, smacks the wall on the pit entry. Average pit time, it says 1:40, but that's because we've had those long pits. It's just an 8-second or so loss, but it's a big enough loss to lose P3, and that's got to hurt. Drive-through penalty taken.
Yep, and that turns around roughly into 10 seconds, a little bit less actually. Klemanskas was very, very fast on the entry, and
Zokor has Studia has extended the gap to 5 seconds. That's Kuvache going down the inside. They missed the hairpin just a little bit as they kind of dived into that one. But I think Sim Studio will just lift off and let that car through into in front of them. But the gap has increased to 5 seconds, and as the leader is going to cross the line to start lap 184, it's free to go at the end. It's free to go now, and it will be free to go at the end of this lap for this pack of cars. Dream to Drive look good. They've looked good throughout the race, and I think for Sim Studio it also looks decent.
Yep.
Don't want to speak too soon, but it looks like maybe they'll just about be able to hold on.
I think they will. And they will not let go that second step of the podium go. And they will be the only Lithuanians in the GT3 class taking the top spots, the top 3 spots on the podium. And remember, all the top 3 finishers in every class are invited to take the trophies on the real podium on the Palanga circuit, on the real podium, and they will definitely be more happy to take the trophies from the second step of the podium, and that's what.
It's 2 to go for the race leader. It's 2.5 to go for Sim Studio. Has Shizuoka just backed out? I don't think they've backed out of it because the gap has gone down to 4 seconds once again. So gap comes down, but it is kind of hovering at around that, because once they got to 5 seconds quite easily and quite quickly, once it got to that 5-second range, there hasn't really been much. So I think Sim Studio Kaunas maybe just doing everything they can. And
there's a crash.
I thought it looked a similar color, but that was just the Audi. That Audi, we've seen it off the track a couple of times, so it's not too bad. Shizuoka definitely gained time.
Yep, 1.2 seconds, 1.3 seconds on the last lap. And
gap down to 2.5, so they just have to keep it clean. You're not going to catch 2.5 in 2 laps. Oh, Lamborghini, that was one of the Citrus cars, and it stopped in the hairpin, as I think, the race leader takes the white flag. There's no white flag, but we'll say he takes the white flag, because it sounds nice, but white flag in the air, at least for me, because the leader has started the final lap of the race, and these guys have been dominant throughout, and, well, untouchable, really. You can't say anybody else deserved this one, because these guys have run a perfect race. They've done a pit stop extra, actually, because they've done 4 stops in this race. Actually 3 stops, not 4. They've done 3 stops, but they had 1 short stop that was just for tires and some fuel, and they've been perfect. So here it is. Dream to Drive, Gantas Katskas and Tadas Juknevičius, they've run a beautiful race, and they're going to take the win. The inaugural Aurum 1006 esports race is taken by Dream to Drive, and the GT Open Porsche Cup car takes the win and celebrates at the checkered flag. Vicky will finish in well, they need to finish, but they'll finish in second, and they'll be a lap ahead of the transport engineers. Sims Lidiokonas will, I think, hang on just about, and Sean Clark Racing should take P1 and GT3, and GT4 is taken by Over the Limit Racing. They got into the lead after the first long stops, and they've held it all the way through. Congratulations to them. More cars jumping over the curbs. Now they can do it. Sean Clark Racing takes the checkered flag. It's GT3 honors to them, and Jan Nims wins another race on World Sim Series. Gigavijay finished in second. Third goes to Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, and everybody's taking the checkered flag, and now they can finally crash, as if they haven't been doing enough of that throughout this whole race.
Celebration you will not see on the real racetrack. You can see this carnage celebration type of a thing driving on the grass.
He's going straight to the nightclub.
Yep, off and away he goes to the nightclubs in Palanga. Definitely worth of celebrating there. And yep, this was the first virtual Aurum 1006 kilometers esports event held on the WorldSimSeries platform. It wasn't as much chaotic as I was expecting, but it still had chaos in it. But it also had nice racing and some very great driving action to offer. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, for everyone...
GT4, let's just run through GT4 Podium, because it has been changing a lot. It didn't change in those final few laps. Over the Limit take the win, ahead of Lightning Locomotives, and Silver Motorsport take P3. P4 goes to Klimanskas Racing. GT3, it was Sean Clark Racing's Open Dream to Drive, ahead of Vijay and Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. So, top... 3 of each of the classes. If you want to go through all of the results, head on over to WorldSimSeries.com and you can check out the results there. They are provisional, but I don't think anything's really going to change. So provisional for the next 24 hours until our stewards can get through all of the incidents that happened here tonight. But yeah, I don't think there's really going to be any change for the top 3s, especially in GT Open. We haven't really seen anything happening there that was bad. It was just really good driving. So GT Open, lock out the podium. So next year, everybody knows they have to drive the cup cars unless the GT3s get quicker. So thank you very much for everybody watching. Reminder that the real race is in a week's time. And these guys who took the podiums, who can come to the race, will get their trophies there. So for me, it's good night.
Yep, and see you on the podium, guys. Have a good one.
Just keep watching. Goes like this, move from the back, eyes on me, ain't like that, just like this, kill for the night, you ain't biting, just keep watching. Just keep watching. Just keep watching.
Planuok vasarą griausmingai. Liepos 16-19 dienomis Palangoje vyks didžiausias autosporto festivalis Baltijos šalyse. Aurum 1006 km lenktynės, greičiausi automobiliai, kova iki paskutinio posūkio, o taip pat dragas, slalomas, moterų iššūkis ir daugybė pramogų net 3 dienas. Nepraleisk progos, atvažiuok, verta. Bilietai ir informacija 1000km.lt